I hope the
Excellent.
sound is fine.
Okay.
I can double check on that real quick. Let me just get it on Twitch.
Yeah, everything.
And by the conclusion of the session, if you want to drop
Okay.
that Twitch link to the VOD, and
Stretch
people can
Elements.
check it out.
Stream Element says it's working. Let me pull up the
If Stream Elements is happy, usually everybody's happy.
Man.
twitch.tv.
We're all moving up in the world. We're going live.
I know.
I was
So excited.
Alright, I'm gonna deafen real quick so I can hear.
Okay, go right ahead. You got like a minute and a half.
Why am I
The first steps on being internet famous,
Okay.
guys.
don't report the stream.
I'm
Give
gonna
me the
deafen
link for
real
the
quick.
stream.
Alright, audio is coming through.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
Can I get
Wonderful.
God, I am not used to Twitch on PC. Give me the link for this.
Alright,
Alright.
audio is coming through.
Okay, let's...
I can grab the link real quick.
yeah, I was gonna say,
I got it
can
right
you
here.
grab the link? Because Twitch does not want to work for me.
Seems like I've said 3 times now. You've got 2 minutes. Okay, now you got a minute. All right. Time is moving forward. That's great.
There we go. The link to the stream is in chat.
Spectacular.
Cool.
I will not be watching it now because I don't want doubling of the noise, but I will watch it.
No, you pull it up twice, you get triple the noise.
Is it possible to offset Twitch just so slightly between different tabs?
Oh, that'd be horrible. Yes, you can actually manually adjust the slider back in time 2 seconds, and it should. That'd be horrible. All right. Welcome one, welcome all to Bloodlords. And this is, of course, not session 0. This is session 1. Everything you do from this point forward is absolutely going to matter. And if your character dies at this point, well, they're dead. And we'll bring them back as one of our wonderful underlings. I know some of you have plans to not die in such an ignoble manner, but we'll see what happens.
And some of us are already dead.
It's true. Some of you can't get deader, so that is a positive. Once again, I am Caden, and I'm going to be your game master for this session. If there's any issue with either another player or with the session itself as it's presented, please let me know. Something that's disturbing you, something that's triggering. This is going to be a bit of a blood and guts kind of adventure. It is all about a nation of dead in which zombies eat people, so be prepared for that. But if there's an issue, please DM me. I will take steps to either mitigate an issue with another player or reframe a scenario to try to remove any specific triggering elements, because we're all here for a good time. We're all here for a fantasy and escape from reality and something that's triggering memories. In reality, not so much fun. First, I would like to answer Kautator's question. What's up?
My only complaint is that Scobold was not here before us to serve pre-game refreshments.
He doesn't work for you.
This is true. In fact, Scobold is currently working for Bloodlord Haldoli, which we will get into in just a moment. But Greydirge, also known as the Ossuary City, a city whose walls are built from mortar, sweat, tears, and quite a lot of bones that tower around the entire thing. A somewhat macabre edifice to protect the city from invaders. On the inside, on its bustling streets, the dead and the living alike make their way to and fro on their daily activities. One of the largest estates in all of Greydirge is that of its resident bloodlord, Berline Aldori. She mostly keeps to herself, one of the Reanimators faction, a faction who makes sure that the law is observed, and all those mortals who pass away are appropriately reanimated into undead servitors that can then be put to work. For miles in every direction around the city are fields and farms producing food for the living. Not all of it comes to Greydirge, however. That food is exported all across the Inner Sea. One of the #1 exports of the nation of Geb is food, and many around the Inner Sea region, reluctantly and perhaps with some trepidation, accept the cheap food made at the hands of the unintelligent undead. They do make very efficient workers. Skobald, you are standing in the annex inside of the Haldoli compound. You can see that your mistress, Bloodlord Haldoli, is waiting for you to enter with today's breakfast. Could you please describe your character?
Sure. Skobald is a 2'7" kobold, if you could call him that, but made fully out of bone. He wears a very nice cloak, and that's the only clothing he has on. He always carries an oversized chalice that is full of some wine or other libation, depending on his master's preference, and carries a large oversized tray, as well as multiple that are strapped to his back under the cloak, should he need additional ones, as he clatters in with perfect posture and holds out the tray up to Aldoli.
Oh, Skullbald, you are a dear, aren't you? Please place it on the table for me.
Yes, master.
As you place it down, all of the, you see coming out of the plants in the middle of the table are several crawling hands that their fingers wrap around the edge of the planters and flop out onto the table, and they skitter around on their fingers to pick up pieces of the food, placing it onto plates. You will notice that there are 2 place settings, but only Haldoli sits there.
All right, well, I think Skobold knows not to ask any questions, so he will just stand at attention there and wait to be told otherwise.
Could you fetch the wine, please, dear? We do have quite an important guest today.
Of course, Skobold get. And he will run off to go get the wine.
And as you do, you see coming out of the kitchen, you see the familiar face of Alzin, the human chef who works in the Aldoli compound. What do you mean she wants to speak with me? Me have breakfast with the Bloodlord? Ridiculous. Oh, Skobold, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be serving?
Master Haldoli need wine. Give Skobold.
This man is wearing a clean uniform, but it has some splatters of food that was prepared, a little bit of butter on one of the cufflinks, a little bit of wine on the leg, and he's got a little bit of a belly. Obviously, he samples a lot of the food that he makes and then serves to the Bloodlord, and he steps out of the way, scoffing, and starts to walk towards the dining hall. Skobold, you have never seen any of the help invited to dine with the Bloodlord before. But you enter the kitchen, you see the pitcher of...
Yep, he'll retrieve the wine, and he'll make sure he gets 2 freshly... Probably polish up the glasses, you know? Doesn't think that the staff necessarily pays attention to things as much as they should, but that's not his business. And polish them up, put them on a tray, and carry them back.
My God, he's so judgy.
As you are exiting, you notice the eyes of all the other sub-chefs. There are a couple of halflings. There are a couple of undead here, mostly as one zombie that's holding a massive vat of soup that was going to be one of the courses, and it sort of looks at you as you walk by. But you notice that all the staff have a strange look in their eye as they watch you leaving, as if they know something you do not.
I don't think that even registers, because as far as Skobold's concerned, lots of people know things that he doesn't know, but not relevant.
Clattering back down the hallway, you turn just to hear the end of the ongoing conversation. And my dear, if you are going to continue to cook the books better than you cook my food, I think we're going to have an ongoing problem. Oh, Skullball dear, please, serve our friend Alzin some wine. We were just finishing our discussion. You see the gentleman is white as a sheet as he sits there looking down as some of the hands are flopping toast, and one of them sort of awkwardly picks up a spoon between its index finger and thumb and braces itself on its other fingers and starts ladling soup into one of the soup dishes. And you have the wine glasses.
All right, he will definitely pour a glass, obviously, for Haldoli first. setting it in front of
Obviously.
her, then go around.
Now you see,
good
dear,
for complexion.
great
As
for
Fig
your
says in the chat.
complexion. Oh yes, and my dear, you see how Scorbald does his work. Scorbald is always unquestionably useful. Scorbald does not take more than he is given. Scorbald does not ask more than he receives. This is the kind of service that I require, and I'm afraid that your service has not been up to snuff. It is such a shame there are so few still living in Grey Dirge today. And she snaps her fingers. As you step back, Skobald, you see two skeletons come walking in. And the two of them walk right up behind Alzin, grab him by the arms, and haul him up out of his seat. He says, no, my lady, wait, I can fix that. I can return all of the money. I'll make sure that I give it back with interest. I just needed it for a single project. And you can hear his heels scraping against the carpet as these two skeletons are pulling him towards the side door. You have never been through the side door, but you have heard the screaming. You've never been authorized to go through the side door, and the white look on Alzin's face strangely matches the pigmentation on your own bones as he is dragged, no, through the door. The door closes with one last wail, and all goes silent. Haldoli picks up her glass and sips it. Oh, an exquisite vintage. Wouldn't you say, I suppose you wouldn't know, would you? That's a shame. I feel like now's a time for a toast. Grab a glass and toast with me, Skobold.
Whatever the rest. Now grab a glass.
She holds it out. Bing! As the two of them clack against each other, and she takes a long draught out of it. It's such a shame that to get loyal help, one needs to be zombified, but perhaps now I'll actually keep all of the money that is mine, and he will stick to just cooking things in the kitchen. Thank you, Skobold. You are dismissed for now.
Dismissed. You'll bow and leave.
And as you leave, you hear a long, protracted scream from behind the side door. Medulla,
Yeah.
you have received a letter. You currently stand in the meat market district, trying to pick out some items and trinkets that you're going to need for your home. The hustle and bustle of the crowd of mourning is around you, brush shoulders with the living and the dead alike. You walk up to one of the stalls and find a beautiful sigil of the Office of Tax Collectors, and you sort of think to yourself, must be wonderful to finally be out of that mess. What are you doing on your first day of freedom?
I was going to start looking for some bones that might be fitting if they ever need repairs.
Could
And
you
after
please
that-
just... Oh, sorry, go right ahead.
Oh, and after that, do a little wandering and decide what to do with the rest of my unlife.
Could you please describe how you appear as you're standing in the midst of the crowds of the meat market?
Again, skeletal, but wearing black robes and still, I mean, even as with the tax collectors, tended to keep a low profile, so I am used to that. So still, trying to avoid notice of people and just go about my business.
As you do so, you feel a double tug, on the edge of your dress. Looking
Oh.
down, you would see a small skeletal creature who is holding up a parchment of paper toward you.
take the parchment and read it.
It's very simple. It says, Medulla Osea, summoned, Bloodlord Haldoli, immediate.
Okay, I will head towards Haldoli's mansion.
The little tiny skeletal creature. You're not quite sure what it used to be in its previous life. Perhaps a sprite or other small pixie-like creature sort of scurries off between the calves and knees of all of the other people in the meat market. But you only make it about half a block before you see a familiar face. Leaning up against the entrance to one of the alleyways, you see the brightly colored cap and the balding, somewhat portly figure of your former manager, Abakar Malin. And he catches eyes with you as you are walking by. Medulla, dearest. How's being retired treating you?
I barely have had time to decide yet, and I already have a summons that I need to respond to.
What sort of summons would that be, if you don't mind me asking?
For now, I think I will keep it to myself.
Oh.
Because I don't know whether Haldoli would want it out there or not, and recognizing how powerful he is, I, without knowing otherwise, would keep it to myself.
Keeping things to yourself, Like you're good at that, aren't you?
I have always tried to be discreet.
Do you feel like you've been discreet in your line of work?
Yes, I do.
You start to notice that there are several of his enforcers around. He always keeps them around just to make sure that some of the undead of Grey Dirge don't take an opportunistic bite. And they are currently sort of steering some of the less intelligent undead away from him, but he leans up off the wall and sort of slaps his hands against his rotund stomach. You see, I had a few people go back through some of your accounts recently. All the ones that were closed, of course, just to tie up some loose ends before we finally terminated your employment permanently. So, is there anything I'm going to find in there?
I don't know. I've always tried to do my best, but I've never been the brightest of people.
Oh, don't sell yourself short, Medulla, even though I think you were a bit taller in life. You're a wonderful bookkeeper. I think you kept meticulous records and indicated exactly what you wanted to, wouldn't you say?
I'm not going to challenge you on that.
So, what are you trying to convey in this moment, knowing what you and I both know? This is the GM talking, not your boss.
I'm trying to convey that I don't think I've done anything wrong.
Is that true?
Oh, no.
Good answer. So I think this may be one of our first official roles of this whole thing. In session 1, I think I'm going to need a deception check.
All right, high numbers, let's go.
Okay, now would this be secret or...
I think public is far more fun.
Okay.
Your boss looks at you and reaches out, claps a meaty hand on your shoulder. Gonna have to be sending some of these things further up the food chain just to be sure. of course, but for what it's worth, I believe you. I assume some of my accountants may have done some of their math wrong, given your tenure at the tax office. You're probably right. But I will be sending this to Mikitar for double checking, yes? I hope
Oh,
that's okay with you.
He would be the one to check. He's always been very thorough.
You would know that Mikitar is in fact the capital of Geb, not a person.
Ah, sorry.
It's okay. Well, I hope you're planning on sticking around in Grey Dirge for a while.
That is my current plans.
Excellent. I assume we will cross paths again.
I look forward to it.
Come along, he yells to his minders, who come a little bit closer and sort of form ranks around him, as he just starts to walk casually into the crowd with their bodies as sort of like a shield, nudging people out of the way and pushing at the jaws of some of the zombies that are looking in his direction, and they disappear. How do you feel about this?
Uncertain. I had thought I was discreet. But also wanting to make sure I make a good impression on Haldoli, because that could be important.
We are going to rise out of the periphery of the meat market briefly and center in on a two-story structure deep in the heart of the city. You can hear the sounds of a crowd cheering and chanting, the sounds of feet stomping against the wooden benches, as inside the central atrium has been converted into a fighting arena. The stage is lifted 3 feet off the ground, a cage around the outside, as the loud thwack of a punch resounds against a meaty body. To the surge of the crowd, you hear a bell ringing in the distance, signaling the end to this particular round of combat. Brokor, you step off of the stage knowing you have 1 round left to go against this rather pernicious ghoul who looks at you and sticks out his tongue, blah, trying to psych you out. What do you do?
I would say I just scoff at him and shake my head slightly. And
Get ready, ladies and gentlemen, says the rather lovely and well-made-up face of Abakar Malin. Long blonde hair, his chiseled jaw, eyeliner around his eyes, a little bit of color in the cheeks. He wears a flamboyant outfit, stepping up onto the stage. Brokor is up by 2 points, but will Melseth be able to pull this out? We will return in 2 minutes. And he deliberately walks off the stage and puts his arm over you and pulls you into the corner. I'm gonna really need you to close this up, please, Brokor. This is taking way too long. I told everybody that you would win this fight in the first round. We're going into round 2. What's going on, buddy? What's in your head?
yeah, crowd gets more pleased if it lasts longer.
The crowd gets more pleased, but the people paying for it do not. They do not want Melseth to win.
Trust me, he won't.
Huh. You say that every time, and annoyingly every time you're right. Where'd you learn to fight like this anyway? Fight like 6 devils all at once.
It's a long story.
Yeah, that's what all my fighters say. Come on, get some water. He leads you to a bar off to one side in a dimly lit corner of the room. Several people from the crowd reach out and clap their hands on your back as you pass by, and that's when you notice that there's definitely some blood on your cheek. You think maybe one of its claws got you.
Nothing new, I would say. You just wipe it away.
Yeah, makes you look more rugged for the women folk, if you're into that kind of thing. Pulls out a rag, hands it to you.
And just
We're gonna close it out this round, right?
I'll try my best.
Best, that's not what I need. I don't need your best. I need you to do this. I'm splitting the money with you.
Oh, stop being such a worry. You know I have this.
It is my job to worry. You just get paid to throw punches at things. You do. Punching, kicking, screaming, cutting, whatever it takes. I'm the one who has to make sure we eat at the end of the day in a godforsaken place where half the people in the city do not eat.
Okay. I'll end it this round then.
Excellent. I will make sure to put a little bonus in there if you can do it early. Earlier the better. Bing, 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 bing. He sighs and composes himself, turning once more into the ringleader as he runs forward and leaps up onto the stage. Round 2, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, Brokor! The crowd begins to surge and clap, and his wily opponent, Melsef, he hisses as he comes up onto the stage, clapping his claws together, and he cocks his head to one side, takes the world's largest lick around his lips with his 2-foot-long tongue, and he says, "I will be feasting on you at the end of this."
Yeah. Let's just get this over with.
And fight! The two of you go flying towards each other. And with the sound of the clashing, we're going to once again move. We move back towards the meat markets, finding a small shop where one of the patrons peruses, looking for some items, specifically those that might indicate a good direction for their quest. Kautator, can you describe your character, please?
Kautator, he looks very effeminate. Most people at a distance would, in fact, assume that he is a woman. The probably most unusual thing about him, though, is that he seems to be an albino. Pale white skin, silver white hair, and slightly red eyes, as he doesn't have any pigment.
And what are you doing on this fine day as you feel the sting of a freshly mended wound?
I am looking through for. I'm looking around, seeing if I can't find like a deal on a ritual. Trying to. I need bodies. I need bodies, but more importantly, in order to make them useful, they have to be animated. I cannot quite do that. I cannot quite do that on a permanent level yet. So he's trying to find, something that someone maybe mislabeled, or put in the wrong section, or mispriced.
Okay,
So,
good deal. And as you do this, and you're walking through the throngs of people that are making their way through the edges of the meat market and surging further inside, where you can hear the splattering of massive cleavers going through hunks of flesh, you see somebody who is looking at you, jowls hanging over a elongated muzzle, fur on the outside, sort of a dark brown, just a little bit of teeth visible underneath the end of the muzzle, and a little wet nose, standing there wearing a shawl. And they sort of raise a paw and just wave at you slightly. What do you do?
They don't seem to be approaching, right? Just trying to get my attention.
Correct.
I will politely excuse myself from the shopkeeper's wares. Pardon me a moment. I seem to have some business that has unexpectedly come up that I must attend to.
But of
Uh,
course.
And I will go and speak to this strange individual.
They say the forges are always working overtime. High noon. Have you heard the same?
I cannot say that I have.
But you seek the information. You want to know what those blacksmiths are up to.
Oh, that would be my front door. Terrible timing.
Wow, that's really awful timing. So we very briefly are going to circle out again. And let's instead go to Cell. Cell, where would you be right now?
Right now, Cell would be in his little makeshift home that he created within the sewers.
Sound of dripping, running water and the fetid smell of waste that flows through the tunnels, followed by the sound of some rats nibbling on some bones that have been discarded off to the side. Could you please give us a description of yourself, Cell?
So Cell is what many would call a flesh warp. His skin is so distorted and almost translucent, sometimes appearing necrotic, other times metallic. Eyes are shadowed with a perpetual weary look. At times, you see his flesh rippling and contorting, revealing the glimpses of something monstrous beneath.
And how's your setup here in the sewer?
It is very rudimentary, basic slabs of fabric to make a makeshift bed, a small little campfire to cook any sort of remains that he finds to be able to sustain himself. And off to the side is just a small collection of necromancy supplies, and some that people would question if he was flesh wrapping people as well.
As you sit in your lair, listening to the rhythmic dripping, the distant rivulets of water that make their way down here, you hear you hear a squeaking, and a mouse with half of its flesh missing, and the remains of it is sort of fetid and green. Its tail is gone, one of its eyes is milky white, and you can see its exposed ribs. Looks at you and bares its teeth and starts surging towards you, trying to bite you. What do you do?
I take my hand that has manifested itself as a claw and pinch it and bring it up to me, look at it, and slowly hold it over the fire to cook it alive.
Alive is an interesting choice. You're not sure if it is, in fact, currently alive, and in this city, it could be either, but it does seem to realize its fate as it squeals and squeals, with the flames licking the outside of its body, burning the rest of its fur off. You get a waft of that sickly scent of burnt hair and singed skin before it finally goes still, from life proceeding into death, or undeath into something more permanent. What's on your agenda for today, Sel?
Today for Cell, he's out to look for answers about past,
Hmm.
find the whereabouts of the necromancer that made him what he is today.
Where are you going to head to do your investigation? There is a map of Grey Dirge available to everybody by clicking on the Grey Dirge scene in the top left of Foundry. Can you all see the labels of the quarters?
Yes, I
Yes.
believe so.
Yes.
Okay,
Of
perfect.
course.
You say of course, but it can be made to be just GM only, and I was not sure how the default settings were. This came with the module. So, Sel, where are we headed?
We're going to be heading over to Bone Scrape.
Bone Scrape. Making your way to Bone Scrape, you would know that it is one of the oldest areas of Grey Dirge. It used to be very opulent. It used to be grandeur of an age gone by, but has since been buried by the rest of the city growing up around it, and the gentrification has not treated this area kindly. Many have moved below ground, all of the old ruins and fortresses making up the walls and ceilings of these below ground dwellings. So you take a subterranean route before finally you reach the appropriate area, and you see groups of ghouls clustered around fireplaces that eyeball you, their eyes glittering. You see several humans walking by, leading zombies walking down one of the terraces. Sort of a black market has turned up here, and you see your regular contact behind one of the stalls, Abakar. You see that he seems to be packing something up and pushing a note into his backpack, and he turns and looks at you. Oh, Sel, good to see you again today. He sort of licks at his jowls and his muzzle and his brown fur as he starts to place the pack on his back. I'm heading up to the meat markets shortly. Someone I need to talk to up there. What are you about today?
The same old, trying to find the bastard that did this to me.
He
Have you heard
looks
anything?
from side to side and leans a little closer. I've heard that the forges are burning hot at midday. I have had my ear to the ground. I've been hearing something of our mysterious blacksmiths. In addition, there's someone else asking around. I may have more information for you later after my conversation. I trust I'll meet you at the usual time for dinner.
I'll see you then. By the
Oh.
way, you got any more of the supplies I requested?
I do, in fact. Just a moment, I'd almost forgotten. He leans underneath the little wooden stall that's really kind of sad. Some of the nails are sticking out at odd angles, and there may have once been a sign, but now just the bar where you would hang a tattered sign is. Somebody stole it a long time ago. Not the most glorious of places. And he brings out a wrapped satchel and sets it on the table. Everything you asked for, got right here. And he unfurls it. What do we got in there?
So, let me make sure I have my notes open.
Let me check my character sheet.
It's some of the usual would be elixirs of health, a couple rations.
Now, I know you said you wanted to try to find some. He leans even closer. Healing potions, but as you're well aware, those are exceedingly rare.
Yes.
But I trust it's all there. It will be the regular compensation. We can talk about it over dinner.
Will do.
Oh, I've almost forgotten, in fact. I received this. And he pulls out a small parchment from underneath. Weirdly, it's addressed to you, though I'm not sure how it got to me. Hands you a piece of paper with a beautiful wax seal.
So, right now, Sel's very skeptical of what would be contained in this letter. He's gonna wait till he gets back to his place of refuge before opening it up.
You break the seal and read inside. It says, "To my esteemed guest, I invite you to my manor house. Please, at your earliest convenience, I have a task that I think is suited to your abilities. Signed, Bloodlord Haldoli."
So the Bloodlords finally want to meet. It's about time. Maybe I can finally get the answers I'm looking for.
And with that, we go back to the meat markets. Approximately 30 minutes later, Kautator, you find yourself standing across from this individual. It has a very similar description to the one that we just saw with Cell. Remarkably similar description.
One might say it's the same.
One might say. And he says, "Your questions are not going unnoticed by those who are aware people might be asking. You're not the only one trying to meet the blacksmiths. I may have information. Perhaps we could talk?"
That would be helpful, though I think there might be a bit of misinformation about those rumors as well. I care not about the end product, only the lost reserves.
But would the forges themselves not be helpful to you?
They could be. I'm certain not all material is suitable. If you have an inn, I would be greatly appreciative of it.
There is a meeting going on today. It's happening at the Haldoli residence. The Bloodlord has been summoning people. Perhaps you might fit in?
I am familiar with the estates.
Hmm.
I think I could manage.
If you wish to know more about the forges and to meet others whose goals may align with yours, 2 nights from now in the ovens by the Twisted Trees, I hope to see you there.
If I can make it, I will be there.
If you don't
And-
make it, we never met.
Fair enough, stranger.
Indeed.
And with that, Kautator will bow, politely, not like deeply, but like the
Mhm.
slight incline at the shoulders, and will depart.
Brokor, to the surging howl of the crowd, what is the final blow of this battle?
Would you like me to roll?
No,
No?
not at
Okay.
all. I would like for you to just make it cool.
Okay. As I stand above him, I've forgotten his name, I apologize.
Melseth.
As I stand above Melseth, I begin to grab him by the throat and begin to just drag him to the edge of the arena.
No, unhand me, no.
And then I will gently, not gently,
Very gently.
I will very gently put his head just over the edge of the arena and start pressing my foot on his head, like kind of like It's hard. Sorry.
A hydraulic press?
Yeah. No. I have
A
his.
what?
I have him laying on his. He's laying on his back, and I have his head over the edge of the
Uh-huh.
arena, and I begin to like push, like kind of like stamp on his head.
You hear
Slowly
the crowd chanting, "Finish him! Finish him!" You look up at your sponsor, Abakar, who sort of shrugs.
And with that, I'll reel my foot. I will lift my leg as high as it will go and do one final stamp on his head. Kind of like snap.
His tongue lashes around wildly for a few seconds, and then finally goes limp, dangling from the neck that hangs at an unfortunate angle. And his grip on your ankle slackens, and his arms fall to either side. "The winner!" shouts Abakar. The crowd stands to their feet, cheering and roaring. You see Abakar turns his made-up face towards a rather wealthy-looking zombie in the corner, wearing all this finery and a massive gold brooch, who sort of inclines his head and raises a glass of wine to you, Brokor.
In response, I'll pick up the dead body and toss it at him.
Oh yeah, the crowd loves it. As it hits the floor, people are just getting up and they start ripping his body apart. An absolute frenzy.
Oh god, it's a free lunch.
It's true. And Abakar is gonna pull you back to the bar once more. We need you to stay out of the way. We don't want your skills to be dulled by the crowd. Obviously, perhaps an unfortunate turn of you getting bitten. We're gonna try to avoid that. I'm just glad the ghoul didn't bite you. He didn't, did he? And he starts pawing over you.
I'm fine.
Ah, yes, indeed. You should be fine. I have a private audience with your new benefactor.
I'll turn to him and lift my brow.
Yes, I didn't have a say in it. We're gonna get our full pay. He wants to meet you. And he points back at the zombie with the rather large brooch.
I'll slowly make my way to him.
You edge around the feeding frenzy. The gore and viscera is just splattered all over that section of the floor, but you somehow make it through without getting too much of it on you. The zombie looks at you, his milk white eyes catching yours, and he applauds slowly. Quite a performance. I dare say I would love to have you in the roster of my own fighters, but I know you're loyal to that Abakar Malin. He spits down at the body on the floor, which takes the form of this globule of like necrotic flesh that slaps onto the floor there. You see one of his teeth is stuck in it.
That's disturbing.
An old associate of mine. I liked your final way of finishing it. Is that a signature move, or did you make that up in the moment?
It's just what he deserved.
Yes, indeed it is. You and I must absolutely have more business, but the Bloodlord commands. I personally put your name forward to Bloodlord Haldole. She has something going on that she's going to need assistance with, and if you put on a good showing, it reflects nicely upon me. I guarantee you there will be a fine sum for you, more than you're going to make with Abakar, and you can return to your street fights afterwards. What say you, boy?
I'll take you up on your offer, but I care not for your money.
Of course you don't. Yeah, that's why you work with Abakar, right? For no money. You do it for free.
Free is not the word I would use. I get something else out of this.
Perhaps the favor of the Bloodlord and the favor of someone such as myself will further your ends. How's that sound?
Again, I say, I'll take you up on your offer. leave me out of your further
Whatever the
plans.
Blood Lord is planning, if you just keep me in the know, we'll consider it square, and I will do a favor for you with the power vested in me. What do you think?
I'll see.
Excellent. I love you. Keeping things close to the chest. Wonderful, wonderful. I shall take my leave. Let's go. And you notice about a dozen people that looked like they were just part of the crowd all stop their cheering and hooting and hollering, go dead serious, stand up and escort him out.
I just turn around, shake my head.
And finally, let's pull out once more and fly over Varric. What does Varric's day look like?
Varric's day today consisted of riding into town, getting a room at the inn, and settling it down to finish a bit of paperwork at the inn before going to visit people to hear their cases today.
Getting ready to hear the cases. That is when you hear a knock at your door. Knock, knock, knock.
I'm going to set down my quill, just reach to the chair as I get up, head over to the door, and open it with just open it.
You see nobody in front of you until you look down. You can see the skeleton of what you can presume to be maybe a sprite or a small fairy, long dead. All of the flesh and any semblance of wings has decayed off of its body. But you notice it's standing there holding a slip of paper up towards you.
Eric's in the process of reaching into his belt and putting his thick leather gloves on. He reaches down, takes the paper, and raises an eyebrow. He says, "Yes? How can I help you? Who's this from?"
It sort of clatters at you and then turns and scampers off down the hallway.
Very well. I look down at the paper.
You see a very fine seal on the outside. You
Would
recognize it as being of the
recognize
Haldoli estate.
Aldori, I believe. Would I know what the nature of the Aldori Sword Lords is?
Did you make that mispronunciation on purpose?
Oh, is she not an Aldori?
She's not. Haldoli.
Oh, I was thinking of the last name.
That is her last name. Her first name's Berlin.
Oh, okay.
Sorry
I
about
could've
that. I don't know if that was not clear.
No, I
She
could've
is
sworn
not
at some point
an
the Sword Lords were
Aldori. She is Haldoli. Similar.
Got it.
Yes.
Anyway,
I
think you
mean,
were saying something.
should I add someone to this campaign that's an Aldori for you? Was that like a backhanded request?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, if it is, let me know.
I
obviously.
could have sworn at some point somebody said their name was Haldoli Aldori, but no.
I'm so sorry that you got so excited. But yes,
No,
the
no,
Haldoli
fine.
estate.
All right.
Very fool. You could have added a completely useless end.
You get a whole side quest about this Aldori now.
The paper will rustle as I unfold it and read it.
Much
sort of mutters to
greetings.
himself.
Oh, what are you muttering?
It's he sort of mutters the contents of the letter.
Oh, of course.
Under his breath as he reads it to himself.
I will afford to not do it in muttering so that everybody can hear it, but we'll all just imagine that it's muttering and it's in your voice. Much greetings, my esteemed friends. I have requests of some sort of legal assistance and situation that you may be able to remedy for me. Please join me for lunch at my estate, south of the city. Signed, Bloodlord Bert Haldoli.
Fold the paper up, put it into my pocket, and I'm gonna gather my stuff, head downstairs, and I'm going to have to make known all my appointments will have to be canceled. And I'm going to head off.
Does anybody have any further business before we all convene on the Haldoli estate?
I would have made sure to capture that earlier thing to go put my armor on before heading over that, based on being
Okay. Of course, you are able to go and get your standard belongings, yes. Were you going to say something, Sel?
So, I'm going to go back to my contact. I already forgot the name. It's
Hang on, I'm pulling. You caught me in the middle of doing something. His name was. What's his name? His name Ambrose Aldorva.
okay.
I'll put it in.
I'm gonna.
Put it in chat. Hang on.
Aldorva or
Aldorva.
Aldori?
Aldorva, not Aldori.
Everyone in this country sounds like they come from the River Kingdom.
There's no E in it.
Everyone is named Aldori now.
Bloodlord Aldori, Ambrose Aldori. They're not related. You might not have a chance because Ambrose would be out, out and about.
Well, I was gonna leave a note.
Oh, sure. I mean, you know where his stand is.
Yeah. Just pulling up the list of the items I was gonna have him be on the search for, and let me know of any information that is going to be, any information from people who are trying to find said items. On this list, two rather rare and expensive items will be listed on there, such as Hydra Blood, essence of a chaos beast, and protein spittles.
Did you say
Common
protein spittles?
Yeah, protein spittle.
Oh, protein. Got it.
Protein spittle.
Yeah,
I'm
like
with you now.
The chaos beings.
Yes.
Which
This
are
ends
all
well.
common ingredients used for flesh warping. So
Excellent.
he's on the, like I said, Sal's on the hunt for the person who did this, and he's trying to find any source, any trace of who it could be.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
And with that, Sal goes back to his home, gathers up his belongings, and makes his way to the Haldoli estate.
Anybody else have business before we get there?
I'm ready.
Excellent. The approach to the Haldoli estate is fairly well known to all of you. It is the largest estate on the south end of Greydirge, taking up an entire city block all on its own. Beautiful gardens, trees, and greenery. Haldoli herself is a living halfling. Very proud to have made it as far and as long as she has without succumbing to undeath, but she does keep a rather large contingent of zombie workforce to work the grounds. You all arrive, coming up to the arches that lead inside the walls into the estate. Who's going to be the first to arrive?
Scuba already there.
Yes, not you, Scobald. Scobald later. Scobald later.
I'd probably be pretty punctual.
Varric, you step up, finding yourself outside of the estate. Your presence causes several zombies to look up. and sort of turn and look in your direction. But almost immediately, you see a minder in the back. Nope, 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 over here, over here. And it turns back and starts pruning the flowers again.
I'll straighten my gloves and head towards the main entrance.
Kautator, you come walking up and see this human man standing at the gateway, getting ready to head inside, pulling some gloves on.
If the gate is open, Kautator is just going to walk on through.
Varric, you see this rather feminine-looking gentleman walk past you, hair flowing. Just walk directly in. All right. I guess Varric's just going in too.
I'm gonna slip out of the shadows from like a nearby corner, and as they go in, follow them in.
You do. Medulla steps up. And as soon as Medulla does, coming from the opposite direction, coming outside of a well enclosure, it's sort of a building with one of the few freshwater sources in all of the city. There's a large group of people around it, the living, of course, that are taking turns dropping a bucket down into it and pulling it up. But there is sort of a side entrance down to the flushing system beneath, and that is where a stone pushes aside and Cell emerges, just in time to see the skeletal half-elf. You're a half-elf, right? You were a half-elf before Medulla? Or full elf? The skeletal elf heading inside, following several others. Cell, what do you do?
At this point, Cell is rather suspicious, but also intrigued on the people going in, knowing he got an official summons as well. So he's gonna go in, but he's gonna go in with caution.
And as you wait by the gate, Brokor, you round the corner and find yourself in front of the archway, and you see this translucent skinned being standing there with ripples underneath the skin, who catches sight of you.
I believe I'm still following the zombie from earlier, so I'll turn to him and ask if he knows anything.
Oh, no, the zombie's long gone.
The zombie's long
He just
gone.
told you. He just told
Okay.
you that anything you find out about what's going on with the Bloodlord, he wanted to know.
Okay. I'll just keep walking, just kind of just look at him, just kind of curious, but figuring that he probably doesn't have anything to do with what's going on.
You would all assemble up by the front porch. The massive doors have bits of bone and skulls and a femur for door handles, the appropriate level of macabre in an otherwise rather verdant area of the city. The house itself is built with a very modern style, but as you take in some of the little details, you see little bits of bone and little things in the shape of intestines as filigree on the walls, things like that. And as you do, the door opens. It creaks, drawing the attention of all the zombies in the courtyard, but once again, they're minders. Hey, nope, back to the flowers, back to the flowers. They all turn back to the flowers. You find, having opened the door, is a tiny little kobold. Skeleton. To be clear.
Welcome to Howdolly Manor. Scoba to take a curt?
Kautator will basically just pull off his cloak and just basically drop it on the kobold.
Just drape it over the kobold.
All
Anyone
right, he
else?
will carefully begin folding it up very neatly.
Beautiful.
I'd say I'd do the same. Not a full coat, but like little half coat to cover myself.
What you have, of course.
Yeah.
Maybe a little fashionable cape. What do you think?
Yeah. Oh.
Fashionable capes are the best.
I agree. Those little half cape things, I love those. Very dramatic.
They are.
And, Skullbald, you have been instructed to bring the guests to the drawing room.
Follow Scoreboard, please.
He will start clacking his way down the hallway.
Couchator will just follow.
I'll do the same.
I'll do the same.
Same
Yeah.
Zell will follow, but towards the back of the pack, just
Okay.
eyeing everyone, because he's still unsure of why they're all here, when he knows he was summoned.
You all enter perhaps the most opulent space you have ever seen. Bits of gold cover the bone shapes that hold up the columns of this grand corridor. You see marble on the floor, and the marble has been inset with patterns of vertebrae and finger bones, making intricate shapes throughout the floor. And it was clearly not each tile is the same. It's one massive pattern over dozens and dozens of tiles that does not seem to repeat. This would have taken effort to plan this shape and to expertly fit all these tiles together. You pass rooms full of sunlight where you see several zombies have feather dusters and are dusting at some bookshelves. Kind of turn and look at you as you go by, and eventually you reach the drawing room. As you enter, you see a massive portrait on the wall. The portrait is of a couch with a halfling woman, reddish brown hair, curly, a necklace of grisly bones and fetishes and charms around her neck. And she is leaning very casually against this plush couch in this painting, and she's holding a staff that has an animal's head, possibly a farm animal like a pig or something, and its skull is mounted at the tip of her staff that she holds at a very dramatic angle, and there's this shock of light in the background. Beautiful, beautiful painting, and you all enter. Skullbald, would you like to get some refreshments for our guests?
Are you asking me, or is she?
No,
is she
that's your
in?
order. You know that was your order.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so he'll lead them in.
Scoreboard return with refreshment. Right
That-
here. Do not wander.
That leaves all of you free to meet each other for the first time. Take a look around the room. What do you think would catch your character's eye about this motley crew?
Couchator is going to see Medulla and is going to incline his head. Ah, I see you have received the Pallid Princess's gifts already. Tell me, how is your immortality?
It is looking up somewhat as of late.
Ah, very good. I'm glad to hear that.
The rest of you kind of just awkwardly look at each other.
Sorry, I was actually sending you a message on.
I got it.
All right. Just to further enhance. Sal's gonna take a seat.
You sit
At the
down
far
on an
end.
extremely comfortable couch.
How comfortable is extremely comfortable to Sal?
It is, well, that's a good question, but it is
'Cause he
plush. It shapes to your backside as you sit down upon it. Seems to almost embrace you with feathery softness.
Zell, upon sitting down, Zell lets out this relieved sigh that he's finally sitting on something other than just scrap pieces of fabric.
Varric, how you feeling over there?
Varric is gonna let his coat, which is integrated with a shirt of mail, let it fall from his shoulders, sort of folded up, laid over the armrest of a chair.
Skullbald's gonna be very upset.
Sit down on it. I'd prefer to keep it close.
Fair. Brokor, what do you make of this motley crew?
I will look at. Sorry, one looking at names.
Should be able to hover over them on the left-hand side. It should show all of their names.
Oh, it does. I will just kind of join. I believe it was Medulla and Caltator, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Caltator,
talking.
yes.
And I will just ask if either of you know what's going on?
I do not, however. I am not surprised by the summons.
Very important
I
fight.
also do not know the cause of the summons.
And I left an important fight to be here.
So that was a little quiet. I meant to say like, oh.
I think we heard you.
I did.
Yeah. I felt like I choked on it a little bit. It's very embarrassing.
Skobald, would you like to return with refreshments?
Yeah, Scovald will return with one massive tray in one hand, and then he's got another that has 6 crystal goblets full. I guess whoever's closest to the door will walk up, and he holds the tray up like as high as he can, because I mean he's very short, and you guys are all medium creatures, so you can hear the bones creaking, and you see a tray of delights, and he'll say,
Honeycomb nougat and cheddar caramel fig. Dewberry cordial.
Ah, that sounds lovely. And he'll take the dewberry one.
and he'll just slowly walk around repeating that to anybody.
I'll take one as well.
I
Perfect
assume
thing
the
for needed
skeleton
after the fight.
might abstain.
I will abstain.
He still offers.
Of course.
Varric will take one and he'll say, "Thank you, little one."
Brokor will also take one to just say it's the perfect thing I needed after a fight.
And with
Master
that,
Hadori would appreciate no bloodshed in the drawing room.
I'll make sure to
Oh, I'm
keep
sure
that
there
in
won't
mind,
be any
little one.
bloodshed.
When you say after a fight, it's like, well,
you hear a chime coming from the other room. Oh, my dear Skobald, if you could bring our guests into the dining room, we are prepared.
Right away, mistress. Please follow Scoreboard into the dining room.
he will lead the way into the dining room.
Sel, unfortunately, has to get up from his very comfy couch.
I know. So reluctantly gets up and follows Scobold into the dining room.
Scobold is happy that his master didn't see what that other person was doing.
As you all enter the dining room, you can see a absolute feast has been spread on the table. You see boar with an apple in its mouth, its skin crispy, partially carved and sliced and ready to serve. You see fruits and vegetables in bowls. You see massive goblets and flagons of ales and wine. You see cakes in a big circular metal plate that rises from the center. And slowly taking their places around the table, you see a bunch of crawling hands, one for each of your place settings, are moving into position and sitting next to your plates. You all get the impression that these are going to serve the food for you. And sitting at the head of the table, you see the mistress, the same one in the painting. She has a massive smile. I have a picture of her. Here she is, big grin, as she looks at you from her seat, which is a little bit higher than everybody else's, as she is a halfling. And she says, "Please, my dears, please have a seat. My undead friend," points at Cautator. "Please, I have a specific setting for you there. I have a friend of mine who makes a lovely chewing gum to clean the incisors for you. A bowl of them is just there for you. I know you don't care for boar.
Your consideration is much appreciated, Mr. Saltor.
I did say medulla, right? Not cautator. Did I say cautator?
You said
did.
Caltator.
I meant medulla, because you're the one who doesn't eat.
I just
I
rolled
was
with
like,
it.
why is Cautator answering me? Oh, I,
I mean,
said the
given
wrong name.
his slight frame, you know, like maybe he doesn't even.
This is true, you know what I mean? Or perhaps you desire something fresher. Anyway, and she gestures for you all to sit, and almost immediately all of the hands perk up and are looking at you attentively. Oh, just direct yours. Just point at what you would like. They'll bring you some.
I do so.
What do you
I,
point
uh,
at?
I basically have them build me a sampler of everything on the table. Small amounts, but I want to try it all.
Oh yeah, they grab spoons, knives, forks, and you hear the clittering and clattering of the instruments as they scrape against plates and cut through the meat and slap things onto your plate. What does everybody else want?
Sal will do the same thing. He'll just have a little bit of everything because he hasn't eaten healthily in Lord knows how long.
A massive pile of pork lands on your plate with a garnish of some fruits, vegetables, and maybe a little muffin.
I'll point to the special, like, paste stuff he said he brought.
A hand walks up, picks up a single piece, and offers it up to you.
And I forget, are these skeletal hands or?
Nope, they have flesh on them.
Okay.
And while all this is going on, Sal is eyeing them closely to see if he can find any traces of necromancy magic to them.
Oh, these are absolutely undead being controlled by necromancy. Absolutely.
But he's looking for a specific surge of it.
That you're probably not going to find. But Haldoli claps her hands together. I hope that everything is to your liking. I had to fire my chef this morning, so we had to work with some of the others, unfortunately. Skobald, please come and stand beside me. I would love for you to hear this.
He will do so.
I trust this is all to your liking. What do you think? What do you think? Medulla, you find that these pellets are chewy, and it has like a mild abrasive, and you can feel it sort of rubbing at the stains on your teeth. They're going to be whiter than they've been in a while after chewing on some of these.
Thank you. These are quite appealing.
Yes, I instructed the chef to add a little bit of flavor. I know you likely can't taste it, but we have standards to upkeep, you know.
Barrick's gonna incline his head, give her a smile, and sort of hold his glass aloft, and he says, "Hospitality as expected from from Geb's finest.
Oh.
I do appreciate the Galtian Chardonnay."
You have no idea how much a bottle of that costs to import. We are a primarily exporting economy. So, the question before us. I'm sure all of you wish to know why I have summoned you here today. As you may or may not know, she takes a sip, sort of smacks her lips a little bit. I'm a necromancer by trade. I'm also a bloodlord. So I'm basically a necromancer with a bunch of paperwork, responsibilities, and competition. She locks eyes with Medulla and inclines the glass towards you when she says paperwork. But also, I'm closely affiliated with the Reanimators. I'm responsible for raising and maintaining the undead labor force that operates all of the farms around Grey Dirge. We, in fact, grow all kinds of things in Geb and trade it throughout the Inner Sea. I'm talking about actual people food. Oh, I mean food for people, not food that is people. You knew what I meant. That's not my specific business. The food that our people. Never mind, I digress. Zombie farmers are my business. The zombies don't run the farms, of course. They just work the farms under the direction of my charge hands. It's a difficult and dangerous line of work dealing with zombies, but it is possible to turn most zombies into relatively docile creatures with the right techniques. The charge hands keep the working zombies from shambling off doing who knows what. Most of the charge hands are, in fact, zombies themselves, ones that have retained their personalities and memories. They do good work. However, in the last few days, I've learned of some troubling developments at one of the farms that supplies food for Grey Dirge itself. Old Urgag's farm. It's built on the foundations of an old stone dwelling of some kind, possibly as old as Grey Dirge itself. Well, the farm has missed some of its shipments. I sent workers to investigate, but they couldn't even get close. Zombies roaming everywhere. I can't imagine any of my charge hands abandoning their duties, much less all of them, so I suspect foul play. She opens her hands to you. That is where you come in. I wish for you to go down to old Ergag's farm, put the place back in working order. From the sound of it, the zombies have caused a fair bit of damage. Broken enclosures, doors wrenched from hinges, crops trampled, charge hands likely slain. You understand? Please, fix what you can. Recover any food that's worth eating, and make sure that these zombies cannot do any more damage. But most importantly, she leans forward and her face sort of darkens. I want you to find out what happened. Who did this to me? I wish to know so that I may deal with them personally. Her eyes glance over towards a rather nondescript side door between two reddish curtains over there, almost as if she's not thinking about it. Then she looks back at you and her smile returns. You should seek out Broddick. He's the one who is in charge, the only living member of the workforce, distant cousin of mine, my sister's aunt's daughter's, twice removed. Never mind. You'll know him by his bare feet and red hair. If he's not there, look around, see what you can find out. It would be a shame to explain. Cousin's wife, what happened to him, but as payment, I do have the deed to a rather fine abandoned manor outside of the city. Recently came into my possession. I have little use for it. I would love to turn it over to somebody to reward them for service to the city's bloodlords. What say you to this?
That is a quite generous offer.
Oh, I thought so.
Brokor will kind of turn his head. I'm in. I don't want the manor. I just want to fight something.
And congratulations on your victory, Brokor. I heard about it.
I take it you're the one who sent the zombie then.
Zombie? I assume you're talking about that absolute buffoon, Cabralis. No, I'm sure he has some reason that he wishes to speak and sponsor you. I actually had money riding on your opponent, but a win is a win, fair and square.
You might want to
Well,
keep check
I
of
was-
your work, of your hands then.
I'm sorry, say that one more time?
You might want to keep tabs on your hands then. Doesn't seem to be the most loyal.
Fascinating to know. I appreciate that information. Go ahead, Medulla.
I was looking for something to do in my retirement. This is as good as anything for such a noble woman as yourself.
Oh yes, you and Varric have a very specific set of skills that I'm interested in. She looks at Varric as well. Both of you are more familiar with the legal fineries and paperwork process. While I trust martial skills will be required to perhaps wrangle the zombies, I have imagined that there will be some legal repercussions that we will need to sort out afterwards, and I would love you there on hand to see what has happened. Report back.
Varric gives a sort of exaggerated bow with his head. He says, "Yes, of course. I'll make sure that everything is done properly.
And to protect my interests, of course. She reaches down and pats Skullbald on the head. I'll be sending my associate with you just to keep an eye on things. What do you say, Skullbald? A little journey out to old Ergag's farm?
Scoreboard writes in the document everything for Mistress.
Wonderful. He's my most loyal of minions, of course. He's also undead and doesn't remember much. Finding good living work is so hard to do in this economy. Well, if you have no further questions...
At this moment, Cell sets down his utensils, looks Haldoli in the eyes, and says, I will help on one condition. I don't want the estate. I don't want the wealth. What I seek is information.
Seems you and I have a private conversation upcoming.
This is looking really good for Cowtator. Nobody wants the manor. It's gonna be mine.
My base of operations is on its way.
You can't see this, but I'm wringing my hands with a smile on my face.
You notice I didn't say I didn't want the mansion.
Medulla is playing things close to the chest. Well, I'm afraid we can't sit around chatting here too long. Zombies might last forever, but I won't. Unless I change my mind about becoming a vampire. No, not today, I think. So, about 20 miles outside of town, take the northeast road. Can't miss the place. Any other question?
I can think of none.
Spectacular. Of course, if you can salvage any of the more docile zombies, please do for. They do cost money. But if they're being too rowdy with their handlers gone, do what you need to. I'll get more. Oh, I actually just hired a new one today. Right when my chef quit, a new zombie signed on. It's highly convenient. Oh, there's one more thing, of course. Old Ergag's farm does have a Mazguta, rather ornery and practically unkillable zombie cow. Yes, just beware. Just beware. Yes, ta-ta then.
Cow tipping time.
And with that, you are free to either ask questions, finish your dining, speak with each other, or it's time to go to old Ergag's farm.
I have a world question.
Please.
That is all right. I would like to save some time on the travel and acquire a horse. Would the horses of Grey Dirge be real horses or skeleton horses?
You could probably find both, but the skeletal horses are probably cheaper.
Skeletal horses it is. I prefer this.
So, purchasing a riding horse... Excuse me.
Isn't that like 3 silver or something?
They're not expensive. Riding horse... actually, to purchase it is about 8 gold, but you can rent them at about a silver per day. And being a skeletal one, I will say the price will be discounted to 6 gold.
Renting it is sufficient.
All right. For a day's rental, it's going to cost you 1 silver.
Is this just for one horse, or is it
For a
one for
single
all of them?
horse. Now, if you all want to acquire some skeletal horses, it would cost you all 1 silver for the day.
I have rented a horse.
Hang on. I'm going to make a little item here.
Let me look in my change pouch, see if I can afford it.
Go ahead.
Let me do the same one. I'll just look. Where is my character?
It is worth noting that if we all have 25 feet of movement, it would take us the whole day to get there without the horses.
Nah, you're fine.
No, all right. Then I guess I just won't purchase the horse, and I'll make sure that this lasts as long as possible. No,
So no horse.
no, I'll get a horse. I will get a
I
horse.
will get a horse.
You're gonna get
I
a
will
horse.
also want a horse.
This,
Love
this
it.
I will rent
Brokor-
a horse.
Brokor was the one who couldn't rent a horse, correct?
Can't
Brokor?
rent a horse? Is there?
Sorry,
He was
somebody.
Yeah, Brokor says
Somebody-
can't rent horse.
I can't
Oh.
rent horse. Oh, okay. Apparently, I can't
Oh.
rent a horse.
Can you? Oh, I thought that's what you were saying. My bad.
Yeah,
Oh.
I was under the impression that you didn't have the silver to rent the horse.
No, I have
you-
silver to rent the horse. Insufficient coins. Excuse me.
You might not have coins of the correct type.
I have. Okay.
You can use the remove coins and then just like
Yeah,
Yeah.
if
The
there's a
box
tick
remove
box
value,
that
not
says remove
specific type.
value. Yeah, that.
Because otherwise,
All right.
I feel like
Nope.
you don't have any.
Still says insufficient. I have three.
Hang on,
I have-
Brokor, what's going on here?
I have 3 gold.
Inventory.
Okay, it worked. I don't
There
know
you go.
what
It worked. I
have-
just saw it happen.
I have no idea what it did.
So who's not getting a horse?
If everybody's getting horses, then Scobold will rent a little.
Skobald, you will be given a rental horse by your master.
Most generous, master. Scobold happy to get dragged behind other horses.
I mean, that's also an option. So I am adding an item to each of you. One rental skeleton horse.
You write the description.
Just
I
put-
mean, there is technically a description, yes. It's not much of one.
A rental horse that is skeletal.
Yeah, pretty much. Hang on. I have to go between 2 tabs to do this. This is highly inefficient. Oh, I could have done this through the party tab, actually. Hindsight.
Ah, yes. Making things more difficult than they need to be.
All right. Does everybody have a skeleton horse? Should be in your equipment
Yes.
somewhere.
Yes.
Yes.
I do not see a skeleton horse.
How did Cautator not get a skeleton horse? Here it
I
is.
was the one who brought this up, too.
There you go, skeleton horse.
Yeah.
All right. You all mount up and head north. You all are making
Wasn't
your
it north-
way. Oh, what?
Wasn't it northwest?
Yes, well, northwest. It's still north. Work with me here. You all make your way up the road as the sun is moving overhead. You can see that you are passing massive fields of waving grains, and you can see the tiny little figures of zombies wielding scythes and cutting them, and other zombies are picking up the grain and packing it onto the back of carts, and their handlers are directing them. It's a rather uneventful trip. Has anybody been this far from Grey Dirge before?
Yes.
Yes, I'm quite familiar with riding the roads of Geb as a circuit judge.
Fair enough.
I would not.
And I'm from the capital.
Oh, very nice. But you make your
Sel-
way. Ooh, go
Sal
ahead,
lives
Sel.
in the sewers.
So all of this is like bright and shiny.
I have like vague recollections from many, many, many years ago of perhaps seeing this, but it's like foggy.
And Brokor would not have left Grey Dirge after
After the events.
after prior events.
Not since the accident.
I need a sound effect board. Bum bum ba.
I'd probably pull one up.
You all would know that you were approaching Ergag's farm, because there are several signs. One, you can see the outer wall. It is completely made of wood and surrounding an enclosure inside. You can see the rooftops of several buildings, and there's farmland all around the outside. But second of all, you notice vultures circling overhead. Normally, vultures do not go for undead flesh. You can see these buildings with their tops poking over the wall are completely windowless, and they have red roofs, almost like storage areas. You see off on the west side, you see a bunch of storage silos, and you have to make your way around the building, around the fence, till you finally find a gate on the north end. And with that, we will arrive at Ergag's farm.
Only took us 5 hours.
It's fine. It's just after lunch. Good. Ba-boom.
It's a good thing
You
we
may
did it.
arrange yourselves as you see this gateway. You might like arrange who wants to go first, things like that.
When you said you
Despite
see
being
Brokor, go first, and then we'll go with Varric.
no, I was just gonna say when you said there are many signs, there was a pause, and I thought you meant like literal signs saying, "Hey, Aragag's
Oh,
farm." here."
no.
Turn back. You will be made into meat.
The crops around seem fairly healthy and vibrant. The narrow paths branch from the road out into the fields, but the road itself leads you to this wrought iron gate in a 20-foot high wall of weathered red stone. Several low buildings stand silent around a trampled yard you can see through the gate, where 2 human corpses in soiled, ragged clothes lie. Right here. One of them is sprawled face down in the dirt. The other one slumps up against the gate. Its arm hangs through the gate, and its head is jammed awkwardly up against the gap between the gates. Sort of, its arm and head are kind of wedging the gates closed. What would you all like to do?
I would like to stand upright. There we go.
Shift S.
Yeah.
Have your token set
It's
to shift.
Or you can hold down
control.
shift and use your mouse wheel.
I was using control.
Okay.
Oh.
Shift S basically makes your token
Right way up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So yes, this is what you all see. And here we're going to take our exploration actions. If everybody could please pick what actions you would like to take. For those not familiar with Pathfinder, this is what you are just kind of doing while not doing something else. The most common options are searching. You're on the lookout for clues, things you might see. I give you automatic checks when you enter areas. If you're about to step on a trap and you are searching, I give you a check before you set it off. You can be scouting. If one person is scouting, all of you get a +1 to your initiative checks. If something sets upon you, because they're on the lookout for trouble. You can be casting a spell over and over again if you knew the cantrip shield, or detect magic, to be constantly trying to detect magical auras, things like that. Anything you would be doing and can do constantly are good options. Or if you have a physical shield, you could be holding your shield up and blocking, defending. What are we thinking? Let's start with Brokor.
I'd say I'd first dismount from my horse and then just kind of
Of course.
walk up to like the bodies that's kind of wedged in the fence,
Mm-hmm.
and just kind of check it to see if there's any obvious signs of murder.
What is your exploration activity? It sounds like you're just searching, looking for clues.
Yes.
If you open your character sheet and go to your actions tab and hit exploration, it gives you some options. You can activate search.
You have to populate them. It by default doesn't fill them.
It's already in there.
What? Oh.
I
jealous.
put them
Oh,
in there.
it is.
I had to do it
Master think
myself.
of everything.
Okay.
Okay, Brokor is searching.
don't-
Cell, what are you thinking?
I don't have any.
Master didn't think of
Exploration.
everything, apparently.
Sella, not Percy.
I think I forgot to approach the body. Uh-oh.
Now, hang on. We'll get there in a second. I want everyone's exploration activities
Oh,
first.
okay.
Did I put search already? I think I did. There we go.
No, there we go. There's search, avoid notice, scout. Alright. I am going to I'm gonna walk up towards like the corner of the gate, kind of over in this direction, right over here.
Skullbald, what's your exploration activity?
I think given what he's been told by his master, search makes sense because
Go right ahead.
she wants a full, diligent report.
Varric, what are you thinking?
If nobody will scout, I will scout.
Just so you know,
My
the person
perception's
with
not
the
very good.
worst perception
Is me.
Oh, well, all right then. There you go.
That's the
Me and
You're
perfect,
scouting.
the perfect person to scout.
All of you get the
Exactly.
scout benefit. Sel and Brokor. The two of you said you were approaching. Talk me through your thought process here.
I am going to be casting Detect Magic to see if there's any unusual magic other than necromancy from the
You
zombies.
casting Detect Magic. You are not detecting any magical auras within 30 feet of you. Just so you know, this will largely not detect undead. While they are kind of like powered by necromantic energy, that's also saying like you guys are powered by vitality energy, and you wouldn't
gotcha.
normally detect that. So there are no magical auras that you are unaware of within 30 feet.
And then
of you.
I am going to activate the search activity and look for clues.
Okay. Brokor.
All right, gang, split up and look for
Oh.
clues.
Brokor said that Brokor wanted to approach, so I'm letting
yeah.
Brokor have a moment.
I'm just going to approach here, and I'm just going to check the bodies for like any signs of like external wounds or any obvious signs of murder.
Perfection. As you kneel down to get a look at these zombies, both of them spring upwards from the ground as they smell the approach of something living. And as the one pulls its arm out of the gate begins to swing open, and the two of them on the ground are trying to surge towards you. Let me give them the prone condition, because they are starting on the ground. And we are going into our first combat. One of them reaches up and is trying to grab your wrist. Now, everybody can click on your portraits. Make sure, Medulla, that you are rolling stealth, because you are avoiding notice.
How do I tell it to do that?
If you open your character sheet, on the left-hand side, you will see initiative, and there's a drop-down box next to it. You can set that to stealth.
Got it. Thank you.
And then click on your portrait. Looks like everybody has rolled, and Medulla, you are going to lead us. They have not detected you currently. You are hidden. As you see, these zombies are both reaching up towards Brokor. As a matter of fact, let me check this real quick. All right, go right ahead.
Would we have been assumed to have our weapons out, or do I need to take the action to
There was
draw?
no reason for you to have your weapons out, so unfortunately they would not be.
Okay, I will draw my weapon.
All right.
5, 15.
Just so you know, if you move without taking the stealth action, you will be seen. If it matters.
Yeah, I think I am just going to move to there.
Go ahead. You run up beside Brokor as this gate is opening and the zombie is clawing on the ground trying to get at Brokor's leg.
Okay, and then...
Remember to target with T if you're trying to affect something.
I forget that.
Thank you. Just makes my job a little bit easier. You are no longer hidden. But it is off guard because it's on the ground.
How do I'm used to casting. How do I do a melee attack on here?
If you have your token selected, in the top left corner, you'll see a quick bar. It's under strikes. Should have
pressing
all...
stuff.
You don't click on it, you just hover over it.
Okay. And then what do I do after I hover over it?
Nothing is showing up when you hover over strikes.
Okay, the dancer's spear that I'm
Yes.
using.
And then the +7 is your first attack.
Oh, why is this still on?
Ah, okay.
Yes. Those are your
Got it.
multi-attacks, and then your damage and critical are there if you needed them, but we normally do those in chat. There you go. You swing down at this. You whip your spear out and stab down into it. That is a hit. In chat, you can click the damage button. And as your spear lances down into this thing and you get your sneak attack damage, It takes the damage as you stab down right through its arm, and it looks up at you. I think that is all of your actions. Go ahead and click on your portrait. Cell, you are next. I saw you measuring some templates over there.
Yeah. One quick question, GM.
Please.
What counts as a living target?
Usually something that's alive. Why do you ask?
Okay, so Void Warp won't work.
Probably not, because they are undead.
You could probably kill me with it.
It's true, you could get Brokor. We can make this a real short trip.
Let me make sure that this other one doesn't. No, it does not. I'm going to be.
As long as I get his body, I am okay.
So, am I hidden? Have I been detected?
You are detected, because you are not taking any particular steps to stay hidden, such as avoiding notice, but their attention, I don't know, this one here next to you seems interested in you. And by the by, as you begin to move, you are feeling some sort of a strange feeling. Something feels almost sickening being near these zombies, the rot and disease, but it is not currently affecting you.
So, from where I'm at, I am going to cast Haunting Him on the zombie.
Excellent choice. So go ahead and place the 15-foot cone. It's in chat. It'll give you the option. You click on it, and you can hold down Shift to rotate it, and you're gonna place it basically along a corner, wherever you want this cone to go out. Shift and mouse wheel to rotate it.
Right there.
There you go. And with that, the zombie is going to make a save. And fails. Go ahead and roll your damage as its body vibrates from the sonic energy. It's in chat.
I know. There we go. Just roll 1d8.
There you go. And it gets rumbled by that jarring noise. Now you can click the little trash can next to the place 15-foot cone to get rid of it. It's in chat. It's all in chat.
I'm looking at. I see the place 15-foot cone.
There's no trash
And
can to
just-
the right of it?
No.
Weird. Maybe only I can see that. I'll get it. I got it.
All
I
right.
thought the players could see that.
I
Maybe
just placed that one over there. I clicked it again. Oh, now it popped up. There we are.
All right, cool.
Sequence
So
break.
that's action 1.
That's actually 2 actions to cast Haunting Him.
Oh, it is.
Most
Okay.
spells are 2 actions. Notice that the next to its
Yep.
name, it has 2 little diamonds.
And then for the
You have
next
one
one.
left.
All right. Let's see. What card is it there?
Again, hitting Brokor is an option, but Brokor might not be happy about it. The
I'm
stream will
gonna
end
make-
really quickly.
I am going to withhold my last action.
You don't want to do that. There's got to be something. You got to have something. Move into a more advantageous position. Let me look at you quick. Got to be something here. Do you have any one-action spells? Message is really your only one. What about Undeath's Blessing? Oh, I see. Oh, that's kind of cool, actually.
Do you have lore knowledge?
Okay. I will.
But
yeah, I will.
Undeath's
cast-
Blessing is not going to help in this very moment.
Ranged
But
touch.
I will if I cast it on myself to cause me to be healed by harm.
this is true. How long does it last? A minute. Yeah, go right ahead.
I
Go
will
ahead and click cast. Yeah.
I do not have enough focus points.
What? You should.
Oh.
There you go. Cast it again.
There we go.
There you go. And with that, you gain. Not only that, you also gain your blood magic special thing. And then, yeah, you're going to respond to Undeath's Blessing. So you can now be healed by harm spells. Wonderful.
All right. And there we go.
Skullbald! You would know that you're supposed to help these people. What are you gonna do?
Scobold is always helpful. So he will very calmly pull out one of the trays from his back that is
Pulls out a
prist-
serving.
that is pristine and shining, silvered. For you viewers at home, it's not actually a silver tray because that's too expensive, but for purposes of the flavor, it is. And he will look at this zombie on the ground and see
Okay.
where it's vulnerable.
You polish anything enough, and it will be silver.
You use exploit vulnerability. There should be a button for it in chat.
Oh, that's such a cool visual effect.
You like that one?
Yeah.
I did that one myself.
Select one thaumaturge. Oh, I have to
You did
select
that one
myself.
yourself?
Yes,
Wow,
I
did-
learned
did
how to
you-
do custom animations. I've
Oh, you
actually got a
animated
bunch.
that?
You're all gonna find them. I made a bunch for all of you.
Incredible.
I know, best GM ever. I know. Go ahead and there's the button in chat. Use exploit. There you go. That is a success, and you, the zombie should.
He has a weakness to vitality.
Did you target the zombie?
Yeah.
You must
It
have.
popped up, so it says
Oh,
choose
perfect.
vulnerability to exploit, and he will pick mortal weakness because that's that vulnerability, right?
And it does have a weakness to vitality. Excellent.
Oh no, he's found a way to skirt the law about vitality.
There you go. And that right there is now giving like vitality damage on your weapon, so
Okay.
that it'll hit that weakness.
And he will level the tray as he gets to swing it out.
Do
Your
it.
service is no longer required.
And it looks like there's a rage penalty, but that's fine.
Yeah, you're a little
believes
bit
in
out
himself.
of rage.
Well,
And
didn't.
unfortunately, it's gonna bounce off the fence.
I think it's a good first showing. People are like, why is this stupid little kobold throwing serving trays?
That's adorable. You're
Kautator.
um
You think it's adorable, but you get 3 actions.
I know.
I'm just waiting my turn to grab at Brokor. I think I'm going next.
All right. Let's see.
Is that the one going next?
I think it is.
Forbidding Ward. I will cast it.
Ooh.
Oh, it is.
Okay. Which enemy are you targeting and which ally?
It should be the one right under Brokor.
Yep. Sounds good.
Yep. Is it not showing up for you? I've got a blinking box around it.
I don't see blinking boxes. I just see a color, and I don't always know whose colors is whose.
Ah, fair enough.
I just see a little dot.
Ah, I have a
Go by
spell.
the red.
I have a
All
spell
right,
effect now.
Yes, you do. You have
I-
Forbidding Ward on you.
I don't know if you have to drag Forbidding Ward on.
I did. No, I
No,
took
no.
care of it.
Sorry, no, I meant it. I don't know if you have to drag it onto the enemy as well.
The rule just boosts your AC and saving throws. That's all it is.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yep, that's what it does.
And let me look at my skills. Hilariously enough, I actually have lore zombie. So
Sorry, I'm just checking something here. Hang on.
I am actually gonna roll. I'm gonna actually roll this to recall knowledge. I don't think I've ever gotten a chance.
It's gonna be
to
religion.
I have lore zombie.
Oh, give me a lore zombie check. Oh yeah, you are perfectly aware that these are regular shambling zombies, but this one on the left seems to have something extra. It's extra fetid. It has the stench coming off of it. I will give you a question about the zombies, but I will tell you about this one. It seems to have a rotting aura, and you think that if somebody takes damage and is too close to it, it causes their wounds to fester.
Beware the dead on the
Just this
far
one,
left.
yes.
Yes, I was gonna say, beware the dead on the far left. He carries the Pallid Princess's blessings and spreads one of her gifts. Should you be injured near it?
You're mentioned to your right, not your left.
I was gonna say, we're facing down and it'd be like, your left or my left?
My left.
Now it's actually your right.
This is where we all find out that Kautor is actually dyslexic. He holds up his hands real quick. Right. Sorry. Right.
This one right here. Use your player information and ping the one you want. Clicking and holding pings the map. Just so you know. So if you ever like this one, you can do that. That's the one your character's pointing at.
I use the ruler. It's clear. Anyway, for my one question,
Yes.
do they have any other weaknesses than vitality?
Slashing damage. I think that slashing and vitality will both deal extra damage.
Cool.
This one on the ground is gonna reach up and try to get you. It's gonna try to bite your ankle. See what
My
happens.
God, so many.
Who's it biting?
Oh! Yeah, trying to bite Brokor. And in fact, Brokor, the only reason it missed was because of Forbidding Ward.
Oh, okay.
Because your AC is normally 17. I rolled a
It
17.
would have, yeah, it would have hit. I got worried.
Yep,
I saw 17 and I was like, oh no.
It's then going to rise up off the ground and stand up. And that is all of its actions. Go ahead, Varric, what do you got?
Varric's going to jump in and say, I can handle this. He's going to use one action to stride up there. And then I'm going to amp a spell.
Ooh, spell amps for the psychic.
I'm going to check this little box here, which will hopefully do something. I'm going to cast Imaginary Weapon. And Varric is going to conjure a elegant-looking sword, single-handed longsword made of transparent gray force. He's going to slash at it at 2 targets. He gets 2 targets because it amped.
Nice.
And I don't increase my penalty.
Oh
until I'm
yeah,
forward.
and you do 2d8 bludgeoning. That's pretty sick.
I'm gonna strike
I
this
don't-
one first.
I don't believe it's real.
That's a hit. Ow! It does way more than you think it should.
I just kind of.
And then I'm gonna slash at the other one using the same attack bonus.
What was that, Brokor?
He's hitting
Oh,
us with
nat
his
20.
mind.
Varric says no. That's a nat 20. Hit the critical button, please. Or it's a spell, isn't it? Just do damage. I will take
Yeah.
double. And make sure
Back
here.
to bed.
Double damage.
22.
And you can choose to detonate your weapon to push the target 10 feet away from you on a crit.
Why not?
Not only does it take the double damage, the body goes flying backwards and lands in a shredded heap on the ground,
Sort of,
unmoving.
Sort of unassuming, middle-aged lawyer. Taking down an undead in a flash of steel or
Brokor, it's your
transparent
moments.
Okay.
The other zombies crawling towards you.
Alright, I
Not
will.
blind, are you?
I'm blind. I will take an action to get up to the zombie.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll also have to take an action to obviously unsheath my weapons.
Of course. What are we unsheathing?
My sword, my short sword.
Short sword flies free of its scabbard.
And, sorry, it was T to target, correct? Yes.
Yep. Hang on 1 second, everybody. I apologize. Somebody's knocking on my door.
Oh no. Timing.
It's the zombies.
This is the second time someone's front door has interrupted the session.
Yeah, that was very funny. The timing was bad but funny. Brokor.
Yes.
You can remove the forbidding ward because the zombie that
Oh,
it
yeah.
was affecting is dead.
How do I do that?
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, so normally when you click your token, if you've got buffs and stuff, in the upper right-hand corner,
Yeah.
next to the chat log, it'll show it. You can right-click stuff there and it makes it go away. If you have conditions like fear or whatever as well, fear, left-clicking increases.
Ah.
I'm super scared. just something that makes me laugh a little bit because I didn't realize it until just now. In the game where you play a cleric and the game where I play a cleric, we are exact opposites. And that makes me laugh.
I'm going to give y'all this warning now. If I abruptly leave the call, I most likely lost power. There is a line of severe thunderstorms heading my direction.
You mentioned that, and it's not you who ended up leaving the call. Oh god, it was the game master.
Oh no.
Oh no.
That's the
Sounds
worst
like
part.
someone's breaking in.
No one's here to control the game. Quick, everyone roll every dice you can.
Quick. Quick, make yourselves level 20 real quick.
After charging right up to the zombie during my first turn, I suddenly remembered I have a reach weapon for a reason.
No way. Man, if only there was a way I could attack the zombie from a distance.
Yeah, so I have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Time. I don't even know if it's raining now.
I'm just gonna throw a BRB screen up.
This music is getting intense.
Yeah. Very intense. For all the intense things
Zombies
happening
are
right
serious
now.
business.
Turn that down just a little bit
Yeah,
more.
I had to turn mine down.
I had mine at 30% and it was still blasting in my eardrums.
How do you turn the volume of the background music down?
The
There
little
is-
music note that says playlist, you do that, and then there's a slider that says music, and you can toggle that.
Yeah, this music is surprisingly bass heavy. I've had to lower it more than I normally do.
Yeah.
20% is generally good.
Where was that again?
It's the music music
so-
note at the top right.
Is that in Discord or is it?
No, it's
on...
No,
on Foundry.
It's in Foundry.
Okay. Oh, there it is.
Isn't there a like a notebook or a journal that we have access to for note taking, or do we have to do it through our character sheet?
Yes, there is. No, wait. It's called journals, but there's nothing there.
Yeah.
No, I think it would have to be to the character sheet.
Yeah, you could do like the. I'm sure you could set one up though for us. If you want.
Yeah. So we have at least one proficient note taker.
You should have been taking down notes. I've already forgotten every
I
name
have-
I've
I-
heard.
I have some notes.
I have been spoiled. Caden usually has a wiki.
Oh,
Oh,
right. That's a thing that exists.
I am so sorry about that. A lot just happened all at once.
He's
Master
back.
return!
I am so sorry. And as I was like, oh, shit. No, shit. We're good. I'm fine. I didn't just unplug the internet. It's fine.
Kaden, I will say the timing of you leaving the call was hilarious
Why?
because I was just mentioning that if I abruptly leave call, it's because my power went out because I have severe thunderstorms going on in
Oh
my area.
no!
And as soon as I finished saying that, you disconnected from call.
It's the worst
Yeah, we're like,
timing.
oh, there he goes. And I was like,
Oh wait, that wasn't him. Okay, wait. It was Brokor's turn. I'm
Yes.
back. We're good. We're good. I was just like shit. All right, Brokor, what were you doing?
Yeah, I was attacking the zombie.
You unsheathed. Oh, you.
Yeah, I'd
Why?
unsheathed. No, that's not supposed to. It should be sheathed.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the sword.
No, I forgot to fix all of that last from session 0, so I had to sheath my shield again.
Oh, okay, no worries. Kill.
Yes. Okay. Hello. Work. No. Okay.
Did you take it out the BRB screen?
Did I? I don't think I put the BRB screen up. Okay.
There we go.
I got a roll. Okay.
About to say, I don't think you did the strike.
Did I not do the strike? I did the strike.
If you did, it's not showing. Was it a hit? It's not showing up in my chat for some reason.
It says 10.
Oh no, you need
No,
a roll.
that's the damage. So
Oh.
what you're
okay.
doing
What
first,
happened?
you got the zombie targeted. Go up to strikes and click the +7.
Okay.
That is your first attack with your short sword. And that's a critical hit. So now you're gonna want to hit the critical button, which is gonna be even more damage. Yep. And could you describe how you bisect this zombie?
Okay, so the zombie is dead. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Well, I first seemed to stab my sword into the zombie's midsection, and then upon seeing that it doesn't work the first time, I pull it out quickly and sort of decapitate the zombie, picking up its head and shoving it through the first hole.
And they both go still. All right, I can tell you're all thrilled.
Yay!
Very good.
We win!
Varric's gonna pull a handkerchief out of his pocket to guard against the smell.
Yeah, it smells awful. And more awful than usual. At least in town, it's considered polite for zombies and ghouls and them to wear some kind of cologne or something.
So, are there any corpses for us to investigate, or did they just vanish?
So, there are corpses for you to investigate. They're there.
All right. Cell is gonna walk up to the one that was right here by the gate next to Broker, and he's going to investigate it.
You kneel down and look at this zombie. You can see sun damage all over its back and neck, meaning this was likely one of the zombies that worked the fields here. But you look around and see no handlers in sight.
Is there any indications of any like foul play or anything that can cause the zombie to go more feral than what it usually is?
None that you can
What-
see. If somebody wants to give me zombie lore, would be great for this. By the way, Cautator.
I have undead lore.
Undead lore would also be great for this, Varric.
I have necromancy lore.
You can use necromancy lore. Just give me those on some rolls there. Blind GM rolls, please, if you can.
Look.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a blind one.
All right.
Hold down control as you click the button.
You can trash these.
There we go.
Link.
Varric, they look absolutely bone standard to you. Cell, as you're looking down at it, no indications of foul play. This is not abnormal behavior for a zombie without a hand. Smelling something alive and going.
All right. With that said, Cell stands up and he looks towards the ruined building over here.
So what you see are several buildings, in fact. This one is missing most of its roof. There's looks like a storage area over here. You see a pile of logs over in this direction. A massive collapsed pen directly ahead of you. That's most of the stuff that you see. So whoever's leading, go ahead and take us in that direction, unless you have some thoughts on the zombies.
Without saying a word, Zell's gonna walk towards the building with the collapsed roof.
Is anybody else going to follow?
I'll follow.
I will follow while also trying to avoid notice.
Of course.
I'll watch
And
the
then
perimeter.
as Zell approaches the building, he's also going to cast Detect Magic again.
Casting Detect Magic from here, you are once again not detecting any magic, but the north and south walls of this building are completely demolished. Something does catch. Let's see whose eye it catches. Cautator,
Oh,
you
no.
actually look over in this direction and spot what looks like a body that has been impaled on a spike in the wall. It seems to have had everything below the knees get chewed off, and there's a hooded cloak over its head, but it's just lying slump partway off the ground with a pile of blood beneath it.
Is that log next to it actually hollow?
Yes.
I'm gonna point over at the skeleton impaled in the wall. Be careful. I have a feeling there might be something dwelling within the discarded lumber. And I'm gonna move to this side of the group.
Brokor, what would you like to do? What do you want to investigate? Y'all don't have to all stay this close together. I wouldn't recommend getting far apart, but,
Alright.
you know, you don't all have to look at the same things.
Away!
I thought he.
Yeah, but then when the fight breaks out, you'll be useless.
I'll.
I'm the healer. I'm not gonna be much use in the first round.
I don't know. You'll be helpful. I'll enter the
Not
building.
The first round.
What was... Brokor, you sort of step inside and hear the crunch of the tiles overhead, which of course means you are the first to hear it. A snuffling sort of a growling noise as you spot a creature snuffling around in the shattered remains of the pen.
No, I moved to the wrong side.
And that
Oh.
is what Brokor, you freeze as foot crunches some tiles, and you spot this thing. It has not seen you.
It's the cow.
I was gonna say, I just kind of turn to the rest of the group and I just kind of whisper yell, I think I found the cow.
Also, we are more than halfway. I'm giving you all an extra hero point. You're welcome.
So long as it is not a threat to us, I say we leave it be.
You hear it sniffing, as if it smells something.
And there's lots of corpses. I'm sure it smells.
It starts turning towards your building.
I kind of look at the rest of the group. I think we need to quickly move away.
Then why are you still standing in the rubble?
No, just kind of.
crunch,
Yeah, I was gonna say. I just kind of make my way over here.
All right. If everybody wants to give me a little stealth check, now it's going to have a lot of penalties to its DC, and make these blind, please. But as you all scurry past this opening, let's see how stealthy you are. A blind GM stealth check. I have Cautator, Cells, Kobold.
Where is this? Sorry.
It's gonna be me
Very-
that gives us away. Get ready.
Okay. This is.
Master did warn to be scared of a cow.
Oh, here. Action. No.
So if you
do
go up to skills and you hold control and then click on stealth,
Correct.
it'll
Okay.
blind roll to the GM.
Okay.
Y'all scoot all the way across, by the way, where you're headed. There you go. I got
did-
everybody.
Cell wasn't moving. Cell just was just standing
Oh,
there.
okay. Cell's just being,
Yeah,
you
you
know,
were.
awesome.
You were just in direct line of sight of this cow.
So, Medulla succeeded, Brocor succeeded, Cell succeeded, Cautator succeeded. Skobald and Varric, however,
Oh.
step almost simultaneously on pieces of pottery, and Varric, something shifts under your foot, making you readjust your stance, and it starts moving in your direction. What would y'all like to do?
Cell
move.
is gonna book it to this other building over here.
So you're going to take off running?
You're
Yeah.
I will give you
Well,
one move action.
Over. Wait, you said over here? Yeah, I would love it if it.
Go ahead. You get move up to your speed, please.
That's too much. Right there.
Excellent. And with that, the cow goes, "Ooh," and it's going to start charging towards you. And once again, we are going into combat.
It's safe to assume that we kept our weapons out this time. So
Oh
we
yeah, I
immediately
would
got
imagine
attacked.
so.
I mean, I feel like Skobold always has a tray out. I'm like getting off the horses.
You're holding it like you're serving with it. so
Exactly.
you
Well,
always
now
have
he
it
is.
wielded.
Yeah. He didn't before because he had just gotten off the horse. That's just silly.
Alrighty then. Cell, you were making a break for the other building. You're going to be able to continue your turn. And this thing paws at the ground, tearing up huge clods of dirt as it's preparing to charge at you.
Alright, as I see that, I'm going to cast Mystic Armor on myself.
Alright. 2 actions. You are Mystic Armored.
For the
And
future,
then,
that is a spell that you can conveniently cast.
That's
at the
actually a
beginning
fair
of the day.
point. You could have cast that at the beginning of the day, so I'm not going to require you to have used your actions to cast it. Thank you.
okay. Okay, with that, I'm going to take... I can take multiple move actions or just one?
You could take up to 3. You have 3 actions to do with as you will, so you could take
Alright.
multiples.
I'm going to take 2 move actions to get to the door,
Okay.
and then I'm going to use the 3rd action to go inside.
Well, you're going to open the door, which takes an action.
Okay, I will open the door.
Ahead and
Other
click on the
words or
door.
other things that I've been building and not think of.
This ends badly.
I think it's spectacular.
I
Throw the
just,
door open.
I just kind of yell, Look at this wall! What do you think did that?"
Inside! Cell, you only get a brief moment to glance through this door as you're pushing it open. This reinforced door opens into an empty brick room that has fallen or been torn apart. It lies all over the place, all sorts of masonry and things inside. You do see that the door that you pushed open, though, sort of swings outwards. Its upper hinge is not attached. You conveniently think that this could be a really great way to spruce up the farm when you're not being chased by a evil killer cow. Whose turn it now is. It's going to take its first action to speeds towards you. Good. It's going to take its second action to speeds towards you. Why this cow so slow? Moo! And then takes its third action, running all the way up to you. But that's all of its
It's a
action.
zombie. It doesn't have a 3rd action.
It is not a zombie.
Why is it slow?
Oh.
Oh, it is slowed. Oh, you're right.
Oh.
It's even further from you. Look at that. So that's where it gets to, and that's also why it doesn't move very fast. Brocor, you see it tear off after Cell, who's running full out towards the farmhouse.
And just kind of, I guess I'll start rushing towards him.
You can proceed without any difficulty through the middle of this building here. It does not count as difficult terrain. It'll just crunch under your feet.
25, okay. Nope, not 30. Oh, there's a wall in the way.
You can press X to leave a little waypoint to go around walls. Or do it like that.
Yeah.
Mad cow.
Alright, and that's all of my actions.
All right. Go ahead and click on your portrait to pass turn to Medulla.
Okay, 5, 15, 30. I'm not going to be able to get there this turn, so I will take that.
Well, because there's a cow charging after Cell. It's inconveniently running away from the rest of you.
Okay with this.
I am.
Turns around and goes straight towards Kautator.
Why? I made the stealth check.
There's only room for one cow in this farm.
Wait a
What
sec.
does that even mean?
Because it's Kautator.
Oh, I see what you did there. Oh, that's good.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Actually, I did my...
It should tell you the grand total.
Yeah, but I think I went 1, 2... I wanted to
You
go
went
1...
30 from where you started.
Yeah, I wanted to go 1 shorter than that, I think.
So, are
Okay.
you going to continue moving or no?
I am going to continue moving.
Then just continue your motion. That's 35 feet total traveled.
Right, I see, but I was kind of wanting the 30 to be there, then that would be 40. I don't think it's going to make a difference. Actually, this is 60
There you go,
feet
yeah.
from
Yeah.
here.
It is.
And a reach weapon can do diagonals?
Yes. 60
Okay.
feet.
Then...
You are quick. Go ahead and target the cow.
Oh, I always forget that one thing.
That's why I said it. I can always see the little pips of you guys targeting my cow.
And what does it look like again?
By the by, just so you know, this picture absolutely. It has a scythe through its body.
Can't say the farmers didn't try.
No wonder it's angry. You stab with your dancer's spear towards the cow and score it in the side. Damage. Yes, and it's going to take that piercing damage.
Actually, it's the dancer spear is
It takes-
versatile bludgeoning. I did it bludgeoning.
Oh, well, it takes a little bit less damage.
Eh.
Does not take quite as much as you think it would. This is one resilient cow.
And end my turn.
Yep. Kautator! The real cow at the farm.
All right. Is inside the building difficult terrain?
No. I really hate adjudicating difficult terrain, so just never do. I just want you all to look really cool.
Well, it'll probably have cover, but it's either gonna have cover or I'm not gonna do anything.
What are you doing?
Looking at my spells.
Okay.
Oh, my pizza's cold.
One of the following.
Well, it's just having to decide which is probably going to be the better choice. Normally the answer is easy, but today it wasn't.
Needle darts, lesser cover. Hit him.
Oh, that's cool.
Very cool. And the darts perforate into it, again, doing slightly less than you think it should. Its tough hide seems to resist damage.
Unfortunately,
Varric.
that is all I can do.
Eric, who was trying to
Snacking on
refocus
something.
against the wall. Yep, sorry, I was eating cheeses.
It's okay. You would be.
Yo.
I want cheese.
Eric's going to, slightly weighed down by his mail. He's going to come running over this way.
Dang it.
A
No.
whopping
I can't
20
move.
feet. Are you measuring?
Where are my cheeses?
Oh, yes. Thank you. After ages, it still trips me up. Running over there. And he's gonna shout, "Look alive, lad!" And he's gonna run up there, and he's going to cast an amped spell.
One action? Oh,
Shield.
yeah. Oh, who are you shielding?
I'm going to be shielding Cell.
Indeed, Cell. How many shields appear?
3.
3 cells. Actually, hang on. There's an amped version. Even better. Do this one instead. Ha! There we go. The amped version. You have 3 shields hovering around you now.
If I just throw mine at him, can he have 4?
No, that's not how that works. He's not a gravitational thing.
I was making a joke.
Can't throw your tray into orbit. Go ahead, Skullbald.
Unless a Mistress Rachel tray in orbit, then a scroll would make it so.
Okay, so move twice. I mean, this thing is like barely injured, I would assume, right? So
It's not very hurt now.
Yeah, I think he's gonna set up for next turn, so he will use Exploit Vulnerability.
Ooh.
Also, he wasn't told like keep all these guys safe or anything. Let's find out what's happening in the farms.
Fair enough.
Our lives mean less than nothing to Skullbolt at the moment.
It's not him. He follows the mistress. Oh,
Hey!
Oh, whoa.
oh,
Amazing!
Alright.
Skullbald's
Love
the
it.
real MVP here.
It's a week or two of idle strike.
So where can I buy my plushie?
Yeah, exactly. We need merch.
You can
Oh,
buy
but
it at
he is sharing that has a weakness to
This is
critical hits.
this is no longer the Bloodlords campaign. This is just the Adventures of Skullbold.
The Adventures of Skullbald and Friends.
Not that that really helps, because of course you guys are going to want to get critical hits anyway, but hey, it's weakness to critical hits. There you go.
That means it takes extra damage for critical hits. Cell, you have an open door and a bull charging toward you. And 3 shields now hovering around.
Would I be able to? Is this cow technically living or is it undead?
Oh, it's undead. You will
Damn.
face living things in this game, but Void Warp is not the play right now.
Neither
Great
is
spell.
harm.
Not for now. No, harm bad.
Well, it's good for the cow.
The cow would love it.
Hang on, let me bring out my measuring tool real quick.
Okay. You are
A
20
handy
feet from
dandy
it.
notebook.
Damn.
15
okay, this
feet
sucks.
brings you within melee. You went through all that.
Yeah.
Oh. That's not going to hit the cow.
I know. That's why I was
Okay.
measuring first.
Oh, yeah, got it. I'm with you.
Yeah, I was using my measuring tool.
I'm with you. I got it.
Oh, yeah, I'm still measuring. Hang on.
We've all done that. Don't worry.
I'm gonna move right here,
Ooh, all up in the cow's face.
and then I'm gonna cast Haunting Him on the cow.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Let me target it. Now let me cast Haunting Him.
There you go.
Let me place my cone.
Do it, because it makes a great sound. And cone.
Oh,
And
hang on.
standing by.
Technical difficulties. Technical difficulties.
Technical difficulty or user error?
Both. I'm trying.
help are
I
hard to
don't have
find.
I don't have a mouse.
Oh,
There
that
we
would
go.
be difficult.
Yes, I'm using a trackpad.
The bull rears up on its rear hooves and fully resists your spell with a critical attack. Critical success.
Okay.
Takes
nothing
no
happened.
damage.
And that's the end of my actions.
Yeah, it's pretty upset with you. So it's going to run to here to try to block you from getting into that thing. It runs around, and as it finally gets here, it's gonna swing up with its
How
its
intelligent
horns.
is this cow?
Huh?
How intelligent is this cow?
Not very.
This is the,
Oh yeah, that's gonna give him the horns.
the smartest cow in the universe.
Swamp. You take
Monstruda.
13 damage, Cell. However,
Boss cow.
I'm gonna
Eric?
shield block this.
Varric is going to shield block. So what you're going to do, Cell, is you're going to click the block button and then click the damage button in chat.
In addition,
There you go.
I can split multiple shields in order to defend against more damage. So I can defend because there's 3 shields. I can
There
break
are.
multiple of them at once.
You'd have to break all of them
Yeah.
to stop all the damage.
It wouldn't stop all of it because each additional shield zone isn't full reduction.
Sadness.
It's like it's 5, then I think 7, then 10.
Yeah, it's 5, 7, 10. Because it's 1, then 1.5, then 2.
How many are you breaking?
I'm just gonna break 1.
Okay, then that is what has happened. And with that, it's going to attempt to knock you to the floor. Just so you know.
Is that an action?
It's not, in fact.
Oh,
Well, I mean, it is, but it's part of a combo action. And it flings you so hard onto the floor that you slam your head against the ground for 1 additional point of damage. Go ahead and click the damage button. And then, now that you're on the ground, I have even worse. It's going to try to gore you on the ground.
Oh no.
Oh, it's going to hit you even with the minus. Oh, God. Oh, this is going to be bad. You're going to take more damage. Oh, my gosh. I'm so sorry.
I feel like the cow took too many actions.
Nope.
Master, the cow is a slur.
Pause. Cow is slow. You do not take that last attack, which is really annoying.
You're
Let the
welcome.
master read the rules
Slow.
of the battle.
You live to fight another
It's
day.
not a matter of reading the rules, it's a matter of looking at the icons on the cow, which Master should do more of. Go ahead.
There's the reading
ahead,
glasses,
Brokor.
master.
Alright. I will also get in the...
Brokor, just for your information, for
Yes.
everyone who's not familiar with Pathfinder, if it's feasible, getting onto opposite sides of a creature does give you benefits to attack.
Okay.
But it is a long ways to go, so you
Yeah.
choose your actions accordingly.
But if you go there, you will set me to be able to get up into flanking on my turn.
It's true.
That is true. Okay, I'll
So you
move to
move to
here.
there.
And let me see if I have anything that I can do other
By
than...
the by, that sound effect for the horn attack is really intimidating.
Alright, I will also draw my shield on this one. That's 2 actions. Okay. I guess I'll just slash the cow.
Swing away. Oh yeah, that's gonna hit, even though you didn't target.
I didn't, that is correct.
It's okay, it still hits. Your sword bites into it. And it takes a little bit less damage than you think it should. Y'all are struggling to stab this thing.
Scoreboard said the vital spot.
Go ahead, Medulla.
I don't think I have.
I will
Medulla's
go
gonna move
there.
into flanking. The bull becomes off guard against this attack. Oh, that's a crit because it's off guard.
And what do I just press the damage button?
Click the critical button.
It's not show. Oh, it's not. There it is.
Ow! Okay, you've now done a little bit of damage to it. That really hurt it, just so you know. And it seems to take a little bit of extra damage. Why? Oh, because you crit it. Yes.
Is the Skobald or Cetterwell?
Skobald is all-knowing.
Move. Attack.
You have one more action.
We will try again.
You will try. Wow, that hurt it quite a lot. That's going to miss, unfortunately.
What time is it? And how many hero points do I have?
You have all 3 hero points.
I will use a hero point. How do I roll it?
Just right-click in chat on the card that says, melee strike, dancer spear, and click reroll using a hero. And you've made it a hit!
Okay, so...
You thought you were going to miss, but then fate said no. Regular damage. Yes. Ow! Doesn't take as much this time.
And then I will end my turn.
Kautator!
Awesome. Let's see. Do. Then
You have a clear shot at it.
do this time.
Needle darts. Not all of it goes through, but you're whittling it down. Go ahead, Varric.
All right, let's see.
Nice little flanking spot right there or right there.
Unfortunately, I'm
thing
gonna have to
surrounded.
spend an action to sustain. I'm gonna add that to my little actions list.
Your imaginary weapon? Or you're sustaining the shield?
Sustaining the shield around my friend.
Of course.
There we go. Push that little button.
Sustained.
And I'm going to needle darts the cow.
Everyone's needle dartsing the cow. I'll say it's big enough that Medulla's not in the way. Oh, wow, that's a crit. About to take extra damage.
Get ready.
I am going to take double. Which, actually, I don't think it will successfully add the...
to the double.
Yep. So, doubled. And then add 6 more. Actually... that might have actually done it. That'd be 10 minus 3. Yeah, it actually did apply it. Bizarre, I didn't think it would either. That applied the critical hit damage.
Interesting.
Notice how you did more than...
No, because the spell
Thought you
can't
would.
be doubled, remember? That damage you need to...
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
The spell damage can't be doubled.
Yeah, I dealt piercing damage.
You dealt
and then it got
10
reduced.
damage, so it should be 16 damage minus whatever its resistance is.
Why did it do this? Oh, because I took double. You're right, it did not take it.
Yeah,
You are
'cause
correct.
it's- yeah.
My math is not mathing. 6 more! And also, I think there's an additional effect. On critical, it starts to bleed, but I don't think it can bleed still. Gonna pass your turn, Varric. Skobald.
Yep. Whoops.
It's looking pretty weak.
Alright, he'll scamper up. And this is quite fortuitous, his cell is on the ground.
As the Master Haldola says, always a good time for a little wine.
And we'll just pour a little sip of wine into Kazay, you're right there.
Sipping the chalice.
Yeah, so you could just drag the effect drink from the chalice, so you
Yep,
get
Sel,
some
you can
temporary
do it.
hit points. Because I can't
I think I have to do it actually.
be able to, I think.
Got it. Boop.
Okay, so you get some
There you
temporary hit
go.
points. And then you will throw a serving tray at this thing.
Ping. Ah, can't hit serving tray.
I mean, he's got hero points too. He's a little
Oh, it's
hero.
true. Do it.
Does he care?
Do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, boo.
You guys are just like.
You're
It's
just
I mean,
flinging
it's-
these serving trays into the distance.
I mean, it's like hitting, but like it's just like the bonk. Yeah, okay.
Clang, clong, clang. Cell, you are on the ground, having taken a big hit, and you just had some wine poured down your throat.
Just a sip.
I am going to stand up.
You rise.
How many actions does that take? Is it just
One.
one or? Okay.
Just one.
I'm also going to attempt to take the scythe out of the side of the cow.
Give me an athletics check, please. As you grab hold of this scythe and try to pull it out of the cow, which is the
Public or
coolest-
blind?
Public is fine. Deal with this. What do we get here?
7.
You are unable to get it free.
I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna use a hero point to re-roll.
All right, go ahead. Right click. Yeah, there you go. No, it's even worse.
Oh no.
You have a +0 to your strength. So Cell is holding on to this thing and getting flung back and forth as he's trying to pull this out of the cow.
Oh, no.
Funny. That's all your actions. Oh no, you re-rolled, so you have one action remaining.
Yes. And then with that, with me on top of the cow, I'm gonna cast. Actually, no, I'm gonna smack it with my staff.
Do it.
Bonk.
Bonk it good. Oh man, Cell's having a rough day.
Oh no. What
I'm
happened
gonna
to
re-roll
only?
using my last hero point.
What happened to
You
only
can use
good?
another hero point.
What happened to only good rolls?
We got him out early.
Oh, that works.
Hey! That's a crit.
You just had to
Critical
say so.
damage, please. Nice! And with that, could you describe what you do to the boss cow?
As I'm hanging onto the side for dear life, I grab my staff, and I slam it into the back of its skull, piercing through the cracks in that are forming around the plates, piercing it all the way down and stabbing the staff into the ground, pinning it to the ground.
One small wrench and the whole head pops off. The cow is. Anybody want to try to get the scythe?
I will get the scythe.
I'll.
There you go. I put a check into chat.
I was-
Cell, you get one more try, then everyone else gets a try.
Is this like a sword in the stone sort of situation?
I was gonna say
I think it
can,
is.
I
It's
can
gonna
also.
be the leader of the party, whoever pulls it out.
The scythe is the
No.
symbol of my god.
Never
Failure.
mind.
Alright.
I, feel, I was
can-
about to say that I feel like I should go to the cleric of Gathua.
I can.
Step up.
I guess
Count
I'll.
really wants to pull this thing out.
All right, go ahead.
But it's not my turn.
Oh, fair enough. Let's pass turns.
Okay, then I guess I'll do it. I just right
If you
click
want to,
this.
it's in chat. Just click on the athletics check.
Okay.
Another failure. Everyone only gets one chance.
Okay.
So, Medulla,
This is likely not going to be successful.
pull out the scythe. Failure.
Everyone failed.
I would
Calcitor.
laugh.
We're just
I
gonna
will
be here
laugh
for
at
like an
Skull
hour.
Someone who pulls it out.
We're gonna be here for an hour.
Skobold, no check at all, just comes out.
We're just gonna be here for like an hour trying to pull this out of the cow.
Calcitor. Time.
You put a pose.
Show your cow dominance.
It's like the
you
fourth.
got this.
Do you need another one? It's like the fourth one.
I got it. I'm gonna re-roll that. I have 3.
Oh my gosh.
I rolled better.
Oh, if I knew we could have used hero points, I would have done.
Varric.
I'm
refreshing.
looking like Tony
It's also-
Stark in Age of Ultron, walking up to Thor's hammer. Like, it's simple physics.
God damn.
He's gonna grab hold of it and pull.
It was simple physics.
Hey!
He's also the only one of us who rolled above a 10.
I think
With a sickening sound, it comes out the guts of this thing. You realize that you are holding a +1 scythe. You are detecting magic.
Hmm.
I
Can
am not,
I try
I
to
am
identify
not
it real quick?
No need. It's just
Just a +1 scythe? Got it.
it is in your inventory. You may do what you will with it, and I can see that Kautator is sort of salivating.
I do not. But I look at it and I regret that I was unable to pull the scythe from the scythe from the cow.
It's the name of the new Disney movie, The Scythe and the Cow.
I'm gonna go over and put it in Caltator's hands.
Aw.
How do I move it to his inventory?
Put it in the party stash. It's probably some.
Got it. Yeah.
It seems Mosguta has been killed.
Oh, can I click and drag it?
You should be able
How
to.
do I do this? Ain't working.
Should be able to drag it straight into the party stash. Do you need me to do it?
Am I not doing it right? I've got my inventory open and I'm clicking and dragging it into the green
I don't know
party
why it
stash.
didn't go, but I took care of it.
It
Alright.
says it's large.
It is a large scythe.
Is it supposed to be a large scythe?
Funny,
Or
the
did it-
text doesn't mention it, which means
It might have automatically made it
think-
large because you dragged it onto a large.
because it's a large creature. That actually makes. Let's make it medium. There you go. Done.
Are there any bones on it that look like I could use them?
Oh, indeed. Would you like to salvage some?
I mean, that's kind of default. If we kill something and there are bones that I can salvage, I compulsively do that. Apparently, instead of eating.
Oh, well, I'll go right ahead. Everyone else, while Medulla's having a little snack, what do the rest of y'all want to investigate?
I'm gonna take the other scythe that I had on my back, and I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna place it in the cow.
Insert it into the cow.
Just select payment type.
You'll never know.
Please put in your PIN number.
Leave no trace.
Insert
you be
scythe
so-
here.
Would you be so kind as to drag the scythe into the cow's inventory?
I will personally place it into the cow's inventory. Stand by. Here we go. Oh, wait. It's not in party stash. Where'd you put it?
It's in my inventory. I can
Oh.
put it in the party stash.
Yeah, put it in the party stash. I will insert it into the cow, and there it shall remain. It is now in the cow's inventory.
The cow
I
will
am
remember
going to
this.
pick up the cow's head that I conveniently
Uh-huh.
popped off and take it back in hopes that there was a reward.
For the cow. Sure.
Yes. Maybe
we are back to
maybe
investigating.
Haldoli would be impressed that we killed the cow.
So things that you know to look at. One, this door, definitely salvageable. It might count towards repairing things around, around the farm. Two, there is a body literally up here that nobody's bothered to look at.
Yeah. Well,
on the map.
I am convinced that there's something in the log over there, but
So
anyway,
up to you guys. Where are we headed? And there's all
so-
these other buildings. Wait,
I feel like
what
we should
happens?
search this house first.
I think our
hold,
new leader should do it.
hold but a moment.
It's true, we have our crowned champion. But is it Kautator or Varric?
I say Varric's the one who pulled it.
Well, I won't
That
say
is up
no.
to you all.
I disagree. I think it should be me because clearly the first important thing we found is a symbol from my god. Clearly she intends me to lead this ragtag group of.
We're gonna have a
aspirants.
vote later, just so everybody knows.
Everyone's gonna vote Skullbald. That's not fair.
You all can vote for who you wish.
Actually, wait, no, that's the only way it's fair. Skullbald's the leader.
But Skobold has no agency.
Exactly.
Unanimous. It'll be 5 for Scobald and 1 for Master Haldori.
So,
He's not even here.
real quick, DM, do I
Yes.
still keep the shield spell on, Or
It's gonna
Now it
eventually
fades.
fade as time goes. Yeah.
Speaking of my
Okay.
shield spell, while you guys are searching around, if that takes 10 minutes, I'm gonna have a smoke break here and refocus.
You are able to
And-
do so. You're taking 10 minutes.
Can you please put the treat wounds action onto my hot
Please a
dog?
drink and more
I believe it's in
wine.
the basic action macro.
I was
Drink
gonna
more
say,
wine. Drink more wine. Scoreboard, have a wine.
That's true. Cobalt can
Kobold.
offer you to drink the wine to get actual hit points.
Drink of the wine.
I'm going to cast harm on myself to
No,
heal
drink of
myself.
the wine.
I don't think that ability lasted. It only lasted for like a minute.
Oh, that's right.
Don't cast harm on yourself.
Drink of the
I'm
wine.
not going to.
What you're gonna
drink-
want to do is
drink
refocus.
Scoldbald's wine.
Drink of the wine.
All right, I will
Oh,
drink.
that's a
Scold's
lot of
wine.
dice.
Oh,
That's
well,
a
there
lot
you
of
go.
dice.
Caltator really healed you, Cell. So Cell, that first healing, that 10 was for you.
Okay, so heal 10.
Click apply healing in chat. The first one, the 10.
Also, you need to drag the apply treat wounds immunity onto your
It's already
token.
been done.
Okay, and then
Who's
Cade needs to
drinking-
enhance,
I mean, he's the only
advance
one
time.
injured. It's fine though. Like the chalice will have refilled if it took 10 minutes.
Caden
for treat
needs to
wounds.
what?
Advance time 10 minutes.
I will. I'm wondering if anybody wants to drink this 3 healing here.
Well, he would have. He's basically trying to force Salt to do it before the treat wounds because it's just
Oh.
an action. So like
Well,
he would
go ahead
it.
and
I mean, it's fine, and it
Cell,
refills
drink,
after
take
10
the
minutes.
3 as well.
I mean, so.
It's delicious.
And then 10
Okay.
minutes will pass.
Everyone,
Caltator is
Here we
going
are.
to
We're
stitch,
just-
stitch you up.
I'm already at full health.
Yeah.
Yay! But it's refreshing.
Just like the thought of us all sitting around this cow while Varric smokes for 10 minutes.
I'm ready for the art. Give me the fan art. I'm ready.
Well, we all look at Varric. He's the only one with the skills to do it.
Another chalice caramel thick.
As Caltator is stitching up Cell, you will hear him kind of mutter under his breath. It's like your anatomy is incredibly simple and straightforward.
Trying to decide if that was an insult.
That's what Cell's trying to decide.
You might say he's a single cell.
Not all of them can be fire.
Okay.
That was me. That wasn't Scope.
That was.
I know.
That-
I know.
That shouldn't have made me laugh, but it did.
It was what was funny was how everyone base was kind of like.
We're like,
Based off of the interactions right now, Cell is loosening up his guard just a little bit. Maybe these people aren't so bad.
Possible.
And then you learn about us, and you realize we're much worse.
During this 10 minutes, if somebody who is not actively engaged in refocusing or healing, does somebody want to try to fix this door?
Scope
I'll-
will try. Sure.
Scope
Or
will-
you can. Or you can.
Yeah, no, I guess
whatever.
Skobald can. Who
Yeah.
has the best crafting?
I don't think I have anything in crafting.
I don't think
definitely
any of
not
us have.
me.
I have
Yes, you
plus
do.
2 to crafting.
Varric has a +7.
I'm the only one with crafting.
Excuse me.
Yeah, Skobald
Uh,
and yeah, Skobald's the only other one trained with a +4.
Yeah, I've done a few repairs around my house. I can give it a shot. I don't have any tools, but
It's
maybe I
in
can
chat.
just fit it back on its hinges.
Yeah, that's the plan. You're trying.
Hmm.
And success! You're able to reset the door into its hinges.
There we
And
go.
now 10 minutes have gone by. Where would we all like to explore next?
I'm gonna go investigate the pasture that the cow was on.
Go ahead. Just sort of drag your token in sort of the direction you'd like them to investigate. And we'll do them. Yeah, there you go, like perfect.
Despite being a psychic caster, I'd like to be kind of close to the front line. So
Okay.
whoever's furthest forward, I'll sort of accompany them.
Stepping into this, what was originally a low wooden fence, all the gates are completely destroyed. You know this definitely looks unsalvageable, but various parts of about 5 different corpses lie strewn about the interior of what was a pen. Most of them have definitely been trampled into mangled flesh and bone.
I
Yeah,
am
George,
going
you
to
gonna, like-
cast Detect Magic.
Casting Detect Magic, you are currently just detecting the scythe. That
As I am aware
yeah.
of the site, I wouldn't detect it.
I'm just saying it to tell you detected something. Beyond that, you detect
Okay.
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 I would like to.
You can always choose
can
to
I-
use the detect magic exploration activity as well. Then you don't have to say it.
I clearly learned nothing from this. I will go and investigate this body.
You step up to the body, Brokor. You see its intestines are not inside. Its insides are now outsides. You can see
Oh, it's
that
an
this
outie.
was definitely a zombie, but it's not an undead zombie anymore. It has been completely mangled with what look like hoof prints through its rib cage.
Yeah, it's just the cow's work.
The cow was eating zombies, it would seem.
Or
I'm
stepping on them,
gonna-
at least.
Go hop this destroyed fence and check this door, see if it's open.
Coming up to that door is unlocked but not open.
Wanna open it?
Opening up the door, you find all sorts of farming and garden you can open the door. Farming and garden implements cluttering this space. Rakes, hoes, wheelbarrow, bags of soil, buckets of nails, rope, hammers, and saws. All of it seems to be in good order. It's like a
Someone-
tool shed.
Oh, I was gonna say someone's gone up underneath another token.
Stacking happens. Skullbald, you're looking down sort of at these. You see that it appears to be a vegetable garden of some sorts. Each box has a different sort of sampling of plants growing in it. Garden variety tubers, berries, and leafy vegetables are in here, but they do look a little overgrown and neglected. You think that the crops are in danger of dying out. You think it might be useful to try to salvage and tend to these crops until a new crew can come out here.
Yeah, I think you would just hop right in and start pulling the weeds and chopping up
perfect.
as a-
Which is best for you? Cooking lore, farming lore, plant lore, or nature? Are any of those sort of your
Nature is the
catch?
only thing he's trained in. So
Then I will give you a little nature check in there. You can narrate what you do for us.
Let's see how I do before I narrate. 'Cause-
Oh, okay.
Well, because like I don't want to be like, oh, super cool thing, and then roll a 1. I'm like, okay,
I've done
well,
it. It happens.
Okay.
That is
Yeah, I
going
think-
to be a failure to complete the task, but it doesn't hurt anything. Go ahead and narrate for us.
Failure to complete the- I guess
It would just
yeah.
need more work.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. These aren't like if these were Master Haldori's, like Meg Care.
I mean, kind of they are.
Well, no, but
'cause,
this
you
isn't
know,
like her
she's in
personal. Like
charge.
he's
No.
not eating. She's not eating the food from here.
No.
Yeah, I think he just is going in and like using his claws to rip up some of the stuff and do it, but he's not doing a good enough job, right? Like he's taking way too much time on like each
It's like
one.
you might need help.
It would be like, yeah, it's gonna take him a day to do this box. It's like
Cell. You come here and
Yes.
see that this building is partially collapsed. You see leather and iron harness, a massive leather and iron harness, almost cow-sized, that looks like it has been trampled and torn into shreds. The metal has been wrenched and bent. You think this may have been the cow's pen, but definitely all mangled beyond repair.
Can I salvage the iron?
What do you want to use it for?
I might use it for crafting down the line.
You pick up a big frame of iron. It's a little bit unwieldy because it was the frame that would hold the leather of the saddle. Yeah, you can get a good chunk of iron there. I'd say about 2 bulk worth of iron.
Okay.
Let me make sure that's not going to weigh you down.
It
Nope, you should be
shouldn't.
fine.
Yeah.
Should be fine.
would I be able to store that into my backpack?
No. If you are going to take this with you, you're going to have to carry it.
Okay.
I mean, it is a
I
free
will.
action to drop, which means if you get into combat, you can be like, I drop it on the floor. But you wouldn't be able to
Okay.
hold your staff with it. It is going to be two-hand.
Okay. Let me sheathe my staff then.
Or maybe toss it somewhere and pick it up later.
Yes, I will do that.
Where are you going to toss it?
I'll just set it back down right here and make a mental note of where it was left.
Clunk. All of you see Skullbald dutifully going through this garden at a very, very slow pace.
Eric's just sort of watching him with interest.
Not going to help, just watch.
If I'm gardening's not my thing. If anyone wants to help, still need to refocus. One more.
So Varric's going to sit down.
I mean, I'm just gonna watch.
It's also not super efficient because he's holding the chalice in one hand.
It's
Like,
tricky.
You can't, you know, it's like
It's
a full
tricky.
wine glass. You know, it's just like not spilling any of it. Just like pluck, 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 pluck.
No one wants to do manual labor.
Absolutely not.
I'll help him.
There is some equipment in the shed that might make this easier.
I'd move into the shed to look for anything to help.
Rokor, you find a wheelbarrow, a hoe, some soil to put in there. You think that this might give you a bonus to your check if you were to attempt using this.
Yes, I would take the hoe and the wheelbarrow. And the soil.
Rokor comes
I'd
out
put
looking like a farmhand.
We're seeing glimpses of his past life.
Help. Okay, there it is.
Unless I see like accounting ledgers, I have no idea what to do with any of this stuff.
I have to move out of the
So,
wall.
what is your best check, Bokor? Cooking lore, farming lore, plant lore, or nature?
None.
Or none of the above?
None of the above. I have a 0 in all of those.
Which is higher, your dex or your intelligence?
My dexterity.
How much higher?
It's +2 and +1, so
Oh,
it's literally.
we're gonna go with farming lore. The check is in the chat. You're gonna add yourself a little +2 item bonus. So when you click on farming lore, it'll have a place where
Missing
you can add a
help.
+2. Oh,
I cannot.
it's not gonna let you do it untrained. What?
Yeah,
Well,
'cause
that's
it's a lore
obnoxious.
skill.
Interesting. Sorry, that just caught me by surprise. Guess we're gonna have to do nature then. Hang on.
I mean, we could have just rolled it and just added a +2.
See, I don't think it's like skilled labor is the thing, but we're gonna follow the rules this time. Go ahead and just make this roll instead.
Okay, and you said a +2.
And with a +2 item bonus, I mean the bonus shouldn't matter, but it is specifically an item
item.
bonus. Make sure to click the add button or it won't add it. Some people forget that.
I noticed the farming lore was under a tab that said medulla. Would that
Oh, that's because I had medulla selected. Sorry.
Okay, so it's an item bonus +2.
Hey, solid check. And with that, you hop in there, and you and Skullbald are able to do this with about 20 minutes of work, which would have taken all.
Well,
As I'm refocusing and watching them work, look at Caltator and say, "Don't feel like putting that new scythe of yours to work."
No. From my
That's it, just
understanding,
no.
It looks
Oh.
like, from my understanding, it looks like they're attempting to tend the garden. Swinging this around willy-nilly would be detrimental.
Never mind. And he goes back to refocusing.
Who am I to stop whatever they wish to indulge in their time?
so upon looking around, Cell notices this big building over here,
Mm-hmm.
and he's gonna go investigate it.
Whoever's going. It's been about 20 minutes, so y'all can head over. Y'all are done with. the
When they're
farming.
down, it's 5 to go.
I'm gonna open the door. I'm gonna walk in.
No, you did all. Skullbald, they're all done.
Oh, okay.
No.
I appreciate the enthusiasm. They're all done. You're good.
I 100%
Hey,
would
I'll-
have moved
I'll-
with Scobold.
I'm gonna call your bluff right now. This will become a farming simulator.
It's playing
We're gonna have to
Stardew
get on
Valley.
Steam for
We're
that.
playing Stardew Valley instead of.
We all just log into Minecraft and plant crops.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't be. It wouldn't be the worst thing. Not what I want to do.
This building is in remarkably good shape. It appears to be a barn. It looks like it's a single room looking at the supports on the outside. Are you going to go ahead and... All right, as you head inside. Perfect. That's exactly what happens. Because once you get inside, you realize right on the other side of the door were multiple zombies that are very pleased to see you.
Guys were a little quick. Just kind of waiting.
Katator, you can get a little closer.
Yeah, I was trying to wait. Like, where's the spot to basically stand?
Cowrator,
ahead,
admire
Cowrator.
beautiful work in the garden.
Would be back here.
Perfection. And here we go.
I'm going to look at Cell's soft, pliable frame and just wonder why he kicked open the door first.
I'm scouting. Add your +1.
I was not aware that you were on the scout.
Oh, I was also not aware that you were scouting.
Yeah, neither was I.
If it matters, I will raise you all up.
Yeah, I don't think it does anything for me though.
If it makes a difference,
Oh.
I will raise you all up. At your current rolls, it does not make a difference.
I don't think it
I'm
makes
still
a
waiting on
difference.
Cow to torture.
Yes, because there we go. I actually applied scout because thanks to somebody else, I knew to do it.
Indeed. And with that, it looks like Medulla is once again going to lead us to greatness. You find 3 zombies inside. And as soon as Zell steps inside, all 3 of them start heading there.
Shoot, do I want to go in and get in flank? Oh wait, if I move first, do I get my sneak attack? If I was in, use stealth for initiative?
That is a class ability. Do you have it? Surprise attack? You do.
Oh, then I don't have to move into flanking the first round.
Correct. It is off guard to you as you dart past Zell. Strike it. Oh yeah, that's a hit. Slice and dice. By that I mean poke. Yes. You stab into it. It takes all of the damage. 1 action remaining.
Move, attack, yeah, I will attack again. We'll try bludgeoning this time.
We'll see what happens. That is going to hit because it's off guard. Takes all of it again, not any extra, but 2 massive smacks and its head rolls with the impact of that bludgeoning hit. I believe you're gonna pass turn to Kautator.
Yes, indeed. Well, do these look the same as the zombies that we fought up front?
Yes.
Cool.
And I got right next to it again. I have reach.
I think the problem was that you you were 15 feet away. You know
I
what?
have
I'm gonna
30 feet
recall.
of movement.
That's wrong. That's supposed to be blind. Recall knowledge.
Okay. Excellent. Not only did you get a question, you are aware that this one up here, the furthest one to the north, has sort of like an ichor coming out of its body that you think is quite disease-ridden. You don't want that one to touch you.
I want to know about that ichor.
You're aware that it is exuding all the signs of zombie rot.
I will point. It's like the one to the north of the bard. It carries yet another of the Pallid Princess's gifts. Zombie rot. Beware. And then I'm gonna forbidding ward cell and the zombie next to cell.
Good
All
job
right.
on direction this time.
It's left and right, not up and down.
North.
Yeah, well, I
Perfect.
probably should be using the compass.
Cell! This one's all up in your face, chomping its jaws at you.
All right. First thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna cast Runic Weapon
Oh yeah, on what?
on my staff,
Love it.
and then I'm going to strike the zombie right in front of me.
All right. Unfortunately, that is going to miss. But I will note we have 45 minutes left in the session. Got hero points. Now's the time. Oh, you don't. Oh, sadness.
No. All right, and that would be my last action, so I'm gonna pass it.
It's all right. You got a really big, scary staff now. This thing's gonna surge forwards and try to get Cell. I'm trying to bite you. Chomp. That's gonna miss. Gonna try to bite you one more time. Chomp. And that's gonna miss. Duck and weave. The second one is going to approach. Get one chomp on Cell. Oh, that's a natural 20. Cell's getting beat up as its teeth sink into your shoulder and starts ripping away parts of your flesh. Go ahead and take that damage in chat.
I'm downed.
Immediately down. Third one is going to approach Medulla.
I'm gonna nimble dodge this when it goes to
Nimble
attack.
dodge. Sounds good.
Do I
Try to
press
bite
it
you.
before you roll, or
Go ahead and press it now, and we're going to put the effect on you. In fact, I hit by 2, which means I still would have hit, unfortunately. Because I rolled a 20, and I think your AC becomes 20 with Nimble Dodge. Is that correct?
that is correct?
Yep. Its
But I
teeth
think
are
I
going
have
to
to say it
scrape along you.
before you attack.
Yes, you are correct, but I'm still applying it.
Okay.
You're going to take that much damage, and its fangs get down into the marrow of your bones. I'm unfortunately going to need you to make a fortitude save.
Okay, and how do I get the +1?
It
Is it
should
laser
apply.
Poison?
It should already apply against it.
Okay, yes.
Hey, that's a success. You didn't use the one I put in chat, but that's all right.
Oh, I thought I clicked the one in chat.
Sorry, you're good. It's a success. So you're good to go. That's all of its turns. It is our lovely Skullbald's turn. You see Cell get dropped.
You want to delay
Someone
until my
elect-
turn?
Oh. Because so Varric could get out of the way, probably. It's up to you, Skullbald. It is your turn.
Please, go ahead.
So go ahead and use the delay action. Unfortunately, you can right-click on your token, and there's a little hourglass in the bottom right. Yep, there you go. And let me know whose turn you want to go after. Varric.
Let me see if I can clear a path. I'm going to see if I can tumble through.
Okay. Where are we trying to tumble to?
To right here.
Go ahead and target one of the zombies and do the acrobatic. When you're trying to tumble through.
I think you can just walk through.
I was about to say, I don't think you actually had to tumble through, but go ahead.
It looks way cooler.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really cool. Success.
There you go. And once I'm there, I'm going to amp my imaginary weapon
Go ahead. Skullbald, if you want to go next, you can again right-click on your token and click the play button. There you go. Oh, that's a crit.
Ah! You cannot beat me. Take this.
So it would seem. So once again, I'm going to take double that. Are you going to detonate? It really has nowhere to go. But
No,
I'll
I'm
deal
not,
an
'cause
extra point of damage if you want to slam it up against the wall.
No. I need my weapon to make the other strike.
Doesn't matter. You've absolutely murdered it.
Off we go with attack
its
number
entire
2.
midsection. Oh, unstoppable.
I can't be stopped. Stolen friggin' Shaunir's energy.
Master Haldora, a very candidate return a zombie right away, very loyal servant.
Yep, you have dropped 2 of them.
That's all.
Oh, that's all? That's it? That's all you got? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Skullbald.
All right. Well, everything's great. He can't resist this time.
True.
Scorpion
You have the
thinks you
setup.
just want to run a little too much.
He will pour wine down.
That
the-
healing cell. Just go ahead and click apply healing in chat. There you go.
And then it's not a great shot. He should have moved somewhere else, but you know it's okay. And he'll throw a tray at.
Gonna have a little cover from you.
Yeah,
just a
yeah.
little
He
bit.
should have moved somewhere else.
Yeah.
It's okay.
You got it. You all just
Hey,
cannot be
observatory.
stopped.
Observatory hits for the first time.
Skullbald hit something. It's a miracle.
Oh, and it's slashing damage is gonna go so bad. Ow! Oh, that did so much more than you think it should have. It slices open the side of the zombie, and a bunch of its internal organs just flop out onto the ground with a sickening.
Okay. I'm
Go
going
ahead,
to
Blake.
try to move up to the zombie,
You do so.
and I cannot forget to target it this time.
Appreciate it.
And now I will strike at the zombie with my sword.
You will. That's going to hit.
Okay.
Now, if I may make a okay, good. You did it. Never mind. You did what I was going to tell you to do. And with that, the zombie is cut in half and it flops with a wet plop onto the ground. Cell, how you feeling?
Hurt. I'm gonna use the treat wound. I can't do treat wounds. I'm immune to it for 30 more minutes.
It's true.
I'm down 8 if anyone has stitch flesh.
I do.
Or you could actually just lend me your healing tools too. If no.
Oh, let me get y'all out of combat. Skullbald has a drained chalice once more. But I assume Cell's gonna stand up. Though Cell is in the running for trying to get icons,
Medulla-
status effects all the way around.
Is Medulla's undead? I would take it. Correct.
Medulla is undead.
I
To
have-
harm.
I have touch of the void.
I will.
Well, as
Alright.
nothing was done to poor Medulla.
I have.
All right,
I have
Medulla.
touch
I got
of the dead.
you.
I could.
Oh, never mind. It was made a success. Hang on one second.
Oh, it.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work when you do a reroll. Here you go, Medulla. This is how much you would get healed.
So just 7 healing.
From stitching you back together, yes.
All right.
Okay.
Kind of gluing the
you already rolled
bones.
it.
Just
Okay,
kind of
never mind.
gluing the bones
You
back.
said this is how much you'd get back, and it didn't scroll down for me. So
Oh.
when I just rolled it myself, it dropped me
I
all the way
see
down. and I was
many
like,
things popping into chat. What is going on?
There's a
I don't know
lot.
what I'm supposed to be to do.
Medulla, click heal on the 7.
To heal on the 7. I just applied it directly at my
There you
character
go.
sheet.
That's fine. And then, harm. Cell is going to cast negative energy. Where are you directing this, Cell? Onto yourself? Oh, wait, not onto yourself.
No.
I
Onto
mean, if
Medulla.
he uses his focus,
Medulla!
I'm only 1 down.
Oh, that's a good point. Cell, you would have gotten your focus point back. You could cast for undead
Oh.
healing on yourself.
Okay. Let me
I would do that.
do that.
then heal yourself for 14.
All right.
Go ahead and cast Undeath's Blessing. Now you can take that 14 healing for yourself. Click apply.
And then you can just immediately spend all the time that they would have spent healing to
There you
refocus and get that
go.
back.
Yep.
And
then
I'm also
10
going to
minutes later.
refocus.
10 minutes goes by, and you would all get your focus points back.
I'm
It is
gonna go look
currently 2:20 in the afternoon. Not too bad.
I want to
What are
go
you going to
look
look at,
that.
Medulla?
I want to go look when we get over at that body up by the logs at some point.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Probably start moving that way.
Head
I
on
was also
over.
going to suggest that.
Oh.
Brokor,
Is-
would you please be so kind as to check the body for us?
my specialty.
Was
Checking
there anything
dead
else in this
bodies.
building?
No, unfortunately, it was just locking. You can see that perhaps the door was closed
Oh.
to lock the zombies inside. It's over here, Brokor. It's over here.
I realized it after the fact.
Got a little lost. Stepping up to this body, you can definitely see that dried blood and gore pools beneath its skeletal dangling nubs.
I'm
The
going
cloak
to
is
take.
in tatters.
I'm going to take 5 minutes. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick.
Sure. As a matter of fact, let's all take 5. Because I did so badly and accidentally got disconnected earlier, I wasn't gonna, not give you your time's worth. Normally, I put in a 10-minute break, but because I had the whole disconnect fiasco, I wasn't gonna do it. But if we want to take 5 now to take a bathroom break, we can.
Okay.
We're almost done, but
Alright, I guess I'll also go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
yeah, go take the bathroom. 5 minutes. See you at 30 after the hour. Those of you with headphones on or with headsets on, please mute. Thank you.
Well, good news, mine can't leave the computer, so...
Mine can't either. I'm
Scoreboard are
tethered.
happy to clean bathroom after use, but not want to hear you in it.
And good news. Nothing jumps out at you from the log. You're welcome.
It would have been funny if something did.
Yeah. I just keep hearing the sound of that fly buzzing through my headphones. That stupid crow.
Oh, since I am fully am I fully healed?
You're not quite fully healed.
Oh, I am 1 hit point off.
So you're still wounded. No, wait, somebody used treat wounds on. Nope, nobody used treat wounds on you. Never mind.
Nope. Because I've been immune to. I'm still immune to it for 20 more minutes.
Yep. Let's make it 19 minutes. Took you about a minute to walk over here. There you go, 19 minutes. You all do walk past the remains of the bull with the scythe gleaming in its side.
Do I have the head of the bull, or do I have to carry it?
I think that's another one that you're gonna have to like pick it up again later.
I returned.
Gotcha. I
I
might
will
just
make
cut off.
items
I
for
might
you.
just whack off one of the horns and just take the horn.
I have returned with
Well, you actually
Cheez-Its.
noticed that it only has one horn on it. And as a matter of fact, this body up against the wall here, you found the other horn.
Steal the horn.
Okay, then I'll take that horn.
Oh, we're just taking that. We're just gonna pull it. And the body's just gonna flop onto the floor as you pull it out.
I grab it first.
You can both get a horn. It's fine.
Actually, I would probably like to stab that log just to be sure.
You stab it with the horn
Yeah.
right through the middle of the rotting logs.
Hey, you never know. We could turn the horn into a weapon. A piercing
It's
weapon.
possible. You could actually do. Doable.
I won't read.
I won't read. There you go. It's me on a daily basis.
It is a
Oh,
very
wow,
good
this-
thing that Skullbolt can give people healing from the chalice.
Yes.
It's not. We were discussing this actually, and was saying, oh, nobody takes the chalice. It's not very good. It's been amazing.
Most of the time, so
no
the
one
problem-
ever, no one ever uses this. It's so bad.
It's not flashy.
I just took it for
It's-
the flavor.
Yeah,
just like-
it's probably got way more. Its benefits are probably way more important in this campaign.
I know, because it actually works for void healing too. Which
Yes,
is
it
shocking.
does. That's some good wine. Is everybody back?
I am.
I
If you're
am.
not back, let me know.
If you're not back, say
I
I.
am.
I think
I
Medulla and Varric are the two who I'm waiting on. They've technically still got 2 minutes. It's fine.
Yeah, I was taking this time to check my bank account and see if my paycheck hit yet or not.
Good
'Cause,
news, bad news.
This is like
I hasn't hit yet.
Oh no!
This is gonna be a fun
Yeah,
area right
'cause
here.
I'm out of nicotine, so I need to go restock on vapes.
Nicotine is expensive.
I spend about $60 on vapes, but they last me about a month.
That's not too bad. I've heard way worse stories.
All right, let's see what's on this body. Brokor, would you please, place your head
Why do you keep...
right?
Brokar, go touch it.
Bro,
Just,
I will
just
place
right
I will
there.
place my head directly into its face. Just kind of like touch noses with it. You
You
alive?
lick the blood, like kind of really good the power.
Really
was
gotta
gonna
taste
say-
it.
I was gonna say,
Taste
place your head.
disease. Yeah.
I was gonna say, place your head right next to the opening of the log, so you can get a good examination of the legs.
What?
That's
The
where the
legs are
strain is.
gone.
I was gonna say the legs are gone.
But
And we were already told there's nothing in the logs.
as you get right up into this thing's face, you see the bloating of death. Horribly disfigured, eyes swelled shut, burst blood vessels, really grotesque. However, you
This
do
is the missing
notice
horn from the bull.
that its hand is clenched. Clenched very tightly. There's something in its hand.
I'll try to open the hand.
You pry it open. You
know,
find a
it's easier
small
if-
scrap of cloth inside. Red does not match this person's outfit, and it bears a symbol on it, looking like a hand. Its palm facing towards you, but the pinky seems to be cut off. It is in the treasure. It is in the loot chest. If any of you wants to hold on to the torn red cloth,
I'll
you can see an image of what it looks like.
I'll take it.
Okay.
It just hit loot, correct? No.
You could drag it, or you
Yeah,
could say
that
loot.
that would
Yeah.
make.
Oh, this is Broderick. He's redheaded.
As you pick up the edge of his hood, you notice he has red hair, and it's not from the blood.
And he has no feet, but we could presume they would have been bare.
You see no shoes.
Okay.
Yeah, that must be him. Bare feet, like they're barely there.
Ah, it's all coming.
Varric
So
was the
let's
one
crack
who
the
was a lawyer, correct?
You do have a lawyer here, Varric.
I'd show the cloth to Varric, who I would assume is the person with the most knowledge of these things.
Would I
I'm
be able to
curious as
use
to what
society or legal lore to recognize
Varric,
the
give
symbol?
me a society check. Blind. For those who didn't get a chance to see, here's what.
Oh no. Well,
Varric, you
think.
do not recognize the strip of cloth.
Would
Definitely nobody
I?
from around here.
Would I possibly, with my time and graders,
Sel,
being
give me a
created here?
blind society check.
I care not about society.
My problem is that we live in a society.
Sel, you do not recognize it either.
Everybody gonna roll for this?
Medulla, you do not recognize it either.
Nope. I'm not gonna roll.
We got
I
a few
will-
things.
Here, you
we
know
can
what?
Still look at.
And just to keep it,
we're throwing out another one.
just to keep it going. Where do I?
Just to keep it rolling.
If you will.
Skullbald,
Rolling.
you do not recognize.
Oh, okay. Where would I do this roll?
That was incredibly misleading.
That was.
It was on purpose.
It's
Who's trying to roll? It's under your skills. If you have your token selected,
Ah.
you go up to skills, and then you can control
Although
click
I
to
will
make it
say,
fly.
I do have
Ooh.
dubious knowledge, so when I fail but don't critically fail or recall knowledge, you learn the correct answer and an erroneous answer, but you don't know which is which.
Let me hate us.
It's just under esoteric lore, you get the dubious.
Dubious. When you fail. Fair enough. You're gonna learn 2 pieces of information then, Skullball. You
Wonderful.
ready? So, the first piece of information you're going to learn is that this is a mercenary guild from much further west, known as the Three-Fingered Gang. The second piece of information that you are going to learn about
Water. Forgot to mute.
that
Sorry.
this is actually going to be the specific sigil for the Bloodlord Agori.
The Bloodlord Aldori?
Agori. I don't
Rav-
make these names up for the
I
record.
know, it's just funny.
It's not my
Ravioli?
fault.
The Blood Lord Ravioli.
Haldori, Algori, Aldori. Oh my god. Quickly, we need
Yeah.
to say all of these names in quick succession.
I'm not crazy.
Did you
It's
say
How about
it's
an
really
answer?
happening.
Did you say it was Al Gory?
Yeah, Algori. Al Gore, but Algori.
Agori. A-G-O-R-I.
Oh,
Agori.
did you get my roll, by the way? For the...
Do. For Brokor. Brokar, you feel like it might be a Bloodlord sigil. Beyond that, you do not know.
Well, Scopa didn't know. It is Three-Fingered Gang out west. Or Bloodlord Agori.
No, I've seen this. Fought a fighter with this. It's a Blood Lord.
Do you think your master would want the remains of, I guess, this distant cousin?
I leave that up to you, Scobold.
No.
No.
Wonderful.
Flat out. Okay, so
I think Scobold's reasoning is like if she wanted him closer, he would have been closer, not in this farm 20 miles outside of the town.
Alright.
Kautator, as you're
Yeah.
wandering around, you
no.
start to hear crunching and munching noises coming from this circle of wagons. I want to let you know before you got too close.
Fair enough.
Right, so run on in there.
GM,
Make
is
as
this
much
like
noise
a
as you
cave
can.
over here?
There is a cave over there, yes. Cave entrance.
Yeah, I was
I'm going
questioning
to-
this. I'm gonna go into this very, very
Cell, if you're all,
obvious
as you
trap.
all approach, you all hear crunching noises coming from this circle of pull wagons here.
Just walk into this very
I am
obvious
going
trap.
to go into the avoid notice.
Okay, go ahead and make that swap, and then for your initiative on your character sheet, you're going to change it from perception to stealth. So you all stop hearing this, almost like the sound of bones being crunched.
Brokor, would you be so kind as to charge valiantly in?
I got you. Go.
I I am going to just maintain my current route, avoiding the wagons.
Yeah, I think
Someone
it's.
scout ahead.
I think it's best if you don't. We don't need you taking damage again.
I've said avoiding the wagons.
Yep. Cell, if you want to get right up against the wall here so you can be somewhat hidden, that's wonderful.
Yeah, it's just I am definitely moving towards the sounds.
Where's everybody else
I'm
going?
actually-
I would like
Actually,
to
I'm
be
gonna,
15
I'm gonna
feet
stick around
behind
the corner
Brokor.
Okay,
where I'm completely hidden.
good. Brokor, as you get there, where's everybody else?
I would probably come over like through there.
Spectacular. Because that is when you start to see the source of the crunching.
It's another
You
cow.
see a horse, very similar to yours. I don't know that button. Click this button. A horse very similar to the ones that you left outside, except its upper jaw is partially filed down, and two skeletal dogs. They seem to be eating the remains of several corpses that are here.
But the dogs receive no benefit. Oh, no, it's alright. Even in death, they choose to indulge.
They are just being good boys.
They do not seem to currently notice you, but there's a lot of clothing and satchels on these bodies.
Leave them be. They seem to be no threat to us.
So anyway, I started blasting.
No, leave them be.
There might be important information about
Yes.
what happened here on this body.
Master Haldori asked us to clear out the farm.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Do
we
not
were-
want to get in trouble. Scoreboard
I
report.
was gonna say, I believe with Skullbald's knowledge, recalling the two things, and then my knowledge recalling that it was a Bloodlord, I believe we know who did this. At this point, I think we would know.
We have two sources of information verifying
Yeah,
it. We're gonna
You
go
have
with
some
it.
guesses.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because Skullbald got that it was either the mercenary gang or a Bloodlord, and then I had recalled that it was a Bloodlord sigil.
Yes.
I will go with two informations versus one. It's probably a Bloodlord. Bloodlord Algory.
Yeah, Algory.
It's a gory.
Algory.
Oh, Agory. Sorry. Fuck.
I would just like more proof of our theory here. So I will.
I'm going to look at Skobald, and I'm going to go. Your mistress also said to salvage any of the undead that looks like they could be, and if these ones are not inherently hostile, then they
Yeah.
should be salvaged, not destroyed.
Yeah, that's why I'm approaching, to make sure they're not hostile.
Let the dog go.
No. They haven't seen us yet, so we don't know if they're hostile or not. So anyway, I'm gonna get right in this dog's face.
Go ahead.
While they're discussing this, I'm going to cast message on Brokar.
You are able to, and Brokor can now hear your thoughts. Well, the ones you intend to send. What are you sending?
Oh god, there's so much in here.
I'm just gonna say leave them be for now. If they turn on us, then we will attack them.
As Brokor sneaks forward, one of the dog's ears twitches, and it lifts its head and looks at you. Half of its jaw is missing and dripping with what looks like the viscera of one of these creatures. And that causes the other dog and the horse to look up. They seem rather upset. And,
Who played the horse knight?
yeah,
You're
they're
welcome.
absolutely going to. The
Scouting,
dog
+1.
bares its teeth.
Oh.
Wait, scouting, wait. Wait, don't do anything.
Oh, well I already
I've got
rolled.
too many things open.
Already rolled. I didn't put scouting, so that's a 16, not a 15.
Someone. Oh no! Someone removed the scout effect from me.
Well, I got a 16, not a 15. It doesn't make much
Well,
of a difference.
again, I will adjust anything that needed to be done. No worries.
Ow.
All right. With that
So I should
horribleness.
have. Oh no, it did stick. I do have a.
Let me see
24.
here. Caltator first. Let me see if it mattered. Brokor, did you roll with?
I did not.
scouting?
I have a 16 instead.
Let me see. Brokor did not, which means Brokor goes here. Skullball, did you roll with scouting?
Yes, Master.
Okay. And none of the rest matter. Perfect.
Ow.
Caltator, you see this dog look up and it's going to once again another creature is trying to bite Brokor.
I have a
Well,
way with
I
creatures.
I stand corrected.
He has a way with undead and animals.
I'm aware of my effect on the undead.
Might be silly, but every time you say it, I think of like, oh, bro, core, like, bro. That's what I always just think about.
That is now the new pronunciation for his name.
Varric, do you have a weapon?
No, my spells are my weapon.
Is mine.
Okay.
I can kill you with my brain.
I mean, we've seen you kill
I'll
lots
move
of
here.
things. with
I
your
was gonna say,
brain, so
I was
yeah.
gonna say, I stood right next to you as you just killed this thing with.
Can confirm, can kill with brain.
Yeah. I'm gonna move up, and I'm basically say to Broker as I walk up behind him, it's like, I'm terribly sorry for the incorrect judgment call. Hopefully this helps. And I touch his weapon.
Oh.
Fancy.
Gonna be
Brokor, you
reunified.
even know. So good.
Nice.
So pretty.
That is a
Yes!
very beautiful
Cell, do the
animation.
thing. You like that one? I did that one too.
Ah, so good. We worked
I
on
didn't
it
do most
together.
of them. I did some of them. Yeah, you were actually here fixing your character when I did that.
Just like the cell is like halfway across this farm.
Yeah, Cell is in another universe right now.
Yeah.
Hey, he
I'm
learned.
gonna get beat up, and
Cell
you know,
might finish this fight standing.
Perhaps.
We're setting a good precedent here.
Considering I gave a warning not to go near him.
He's a sorcerer. He has to learn to stay away.
By the way, since you are in fact currently hidden, so because they were not aware of your presence, but the tricky thing is, using stealth, you have to like start and end your stealth in a place where you could conceivably not be observed. Now you're kind of far away, so I might allow, if you wanted to try stealthing, to go along the edge of this building and try to make it over to this cart, but you only
Yeah.
move at half speed, which is problematic. That would mean you could only move 10 feet every action, and you have to make a stealth check every action you move. You take 3 stealth checks, go, 10, 20, to like there would be 3 stealth checks, and that would be your whole turn. Annoying.
All right.
Oh, well, all right then. Give me the 3 stealth checks, see if you're still unobserved, and then you can probably be in range for some spells.
There's stealth. There's check
That's
1,
one. Your
2.
perception. What is your perception? Okay.
3.
Good news. You made one of those stealth checks as a critical success. You may move 5 feet further. Just slide over one more. There you go. That is your entire turn. You appear to still be unobserved, which means if you attack them next round, they will still be off guard to you. Go ahead, Medulla.
Okay, the wagon stuff. Like the front of the wagon, can I walk through that? Does that obstruct me? in
I would
any
say
way?
just passing over that would be difficult terrain to kind of step over, just for that 5 foot. But the 2 cross braces don't matter.
Okay.
But this bit right here, difficult terrain.
So I could go there in 30 feet.
5, 15, 20, 25, yes.
Okay.
Whoop. You pop right on over to the snarling dogs.
I will target that dog, and it hasn't gone yet, so it is off guard to
It
me.
is off guard to you. Hits. Spear right over Brokor's short shoulder. Blah. Ow. Takes all of it.
Okay, move, swing. I will attack it again.
Second swing. Oh, wow, that's a crit.
Okay, I don't.
You
need to
stabbed
use
it
the
really
hero
good.
I press damage, and then when
No,
the critical.
you just press
oh,
critical
I see
damage.
The critical there now.
Yes. Yeah, you... As this zombie hound is absolutely shish kebabbed.
And that is my turn.
Go ahead and pass.
Okay.
Brokor, as it was lunging forward to bite you, her spear goes right through its skull.
My thanks. Okay, so how does my champion's orc work again?
Your champion aura
Is that an action?
is the range in which you can do your champion's reaction, usually.
Okay.
It's up all the time.
Okay.
There is
Yeah,
an
it
ability
never goes
that
down.
can increase its range called Expand Aura, but
It's
So
that's
things
later.
like your
It's
liberating
not really
step.
good at level 10.
Oh, okay. There was something I had that I wanted to check.
Well, that's probably not true. It's probably good at 6.
Ooh, you have a
I'd say it's
defensive
always good
advance, too.
depending on how
Solid.
you want to build.
Oh no, it's
And
10.
if I could remind Brokor that you have a shield, right?
Yes, I have. I saw.
It does
I've-
take an action to raise your shield. Just so you know.
Okay.
Do you have the really cool feat, Shielded Stride?
Has defensive advance.
Oh yes, it's defensive advance. That's a good one.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'd like to use defensive advance on.
Shielded stride, I believe,
Yep.
is don't provoke while
Yeah.
striding while
Defensive
shielded.
advance
That's also
is
good.
2 actions, lets you raise your shield, stride, and if you end your movement within melee of an enemy, you can strike it. It's just
Yes.
2 actions.
It's the best action compression outside.
Best
of
action
convention
compression
I've ever
thing,
seen.
basically
It's a
ever.
good one.
Yeah.
Alright.
Brokor, what are we
I-
doing?
Only
I
kinetics is
accidentally
seven.
Let
casted
I
twice.
can't hear Brokor. Shush.
Your
Your shield goes up.
I'm gonna
Nerds are
go
talking.
for the horse.
Go for the horse. Target and stab.
Right. I hit it with my shield, correct?
No, you can hit it with anything. You can strike with anything in your hands.
Okay.
Your sword is fine.
The nice magical sword I gave you.
The Oh yeah, there is the magic sword. Alright.
That is going to hit, and this is going to hit hard. Go ahead and hit that damage. Runic Weapon's a great spell. Oh, man.
Look at that.
It takes way more damage than you think it should as your sword slashes through its chest. You have 1 action remaining, Brokor.
I'll hit it again.
Hit it at the second button this time for the multi-attack penalty.
Okay.
So it'll be like a +4,
Plus
I
4,
think.
yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah!
Man can't miss. Oh, jeez, you're gonna slice and dice. Oh my God. On a scale of 1 to 50, this thing might be at a 2. I'm just saying. You wrecked it, but that is the end of your turn. I'm gonna have 1 chance to fight you. Go ahead and click on your portrait.
I claim 10 of
Oh,
that
right.
damage.
Hello? Thank you.
The horse is going to rise up and try to flail at you. And missed. That was super anti. Got anything else, horse?
Yes.
You tried
No.
that.
Just imagine the miss every time I see that.
It's just gonna try again. And yeah, super anticlimactic. Next is gonna be Skullbolt. You hit that horse so hard, it's stumbling from side to side and can't get you.
All right, not needed, but you know, we like to find
Discombobulated
out about stuff.
horse.
Yes, exploiting.
I'm gonna
Oh,
go
it's
with slashing.
That is a critical success. You think it's probably slashing.
I
Alright, well, he
wonder.
already does slashing and vitality. It has a weakness as well. If you guys didn't know.
There is also the weakness of vitality.
The one damage none of us can actually take advantage of.
It's true, you're not
Skullbolt
allowed.
Legal. There's a literal lawyer right over there. I ain't doing it.
Your serving tray and skewers right into its neck and decapitates the horse. Serving tray decapitation.
Hey,
That is
the
the
head's
s- I
already
think-
served.
I think that's the second. That is the second thing he is decapitated with the serving tray.
I like that the head is already on the silver platter. That's good. I like that.
Generous sorrow.
Damn it, that's good.
Varric, do something. There's
Oh,
still
why,
a really
thank you,
angry
and I'll
dog.
take the bones. Oh, it's a zombie. No bones.
There are bones
20
in
feet.
there.
Yeah, there's some bones in there.
I believe a zombie.
You have to
would
dig
have-
around for a bit.
Gotta get in there, but you'll find them.
Target needle darts.
I love needle darts. It's such a great spell. That is also a custom animation for needle darts.
I
Might
helped
as
with
well
that one.
re-roll that.
You did. Oh no, still misses.
I did it just to see the animation again.
Oh, okay. Well, I am pleased. Dog is going to, rather angrily, step forward and try to rend the flesh from Brooklor. Hua! Hua! Jaw attack! Go!
There we go.
Shield got in the way.
Your shield blocked it!
We finally have a proper front line. We got the
Go ahead,
champion. Up
Kautator.
Finally got him up front.
The campion
There
is
we
where
go.
it needs to be.
At
Wow,
last.
the shield did it. That was good. Kagator, what you doing?
I. Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh.
Oh yeah, more needle darts. See this sweet animation. That is a hit!
I unfortunately
Ow.
did not roll good on the damage. I will raise my shield.
Shield's up. Passing to
I have-
Cell.
I have
Cell,
a physical shield.
it does not see you. Do you have anything you can hit it from that range?
No.
60 feet. You don't have any 60 feet spells?
No, I do not. The only one I would have would be Void Warp, which does nothing.
No, heal
Not
the,
on this farm.
heal the dog.
How close do you have to get? Hit
15.
That's really close. Okay, so stealth. I
I'm
mean,
just
stealth
gonna
kept
keep-
you alive.
Yeah, I'm still going to keep just trudging along the side of this building.
Okay,
The
it's
moment
just
the
gonna keep going.
the moment this dog sees Cell, it's just gonna beeline it for him.
Beeline and rip into shreds.
Yeah, we're fighting and he's just missable, Mission Impossible in the background, you know?
There we go.
Every time it's
You
Cell's
don't even
turn,
need to
it's
make the stealth checks. You're heading away from it.
every time
Okay.
it's Cell's turn, we just play like Mission Impossible music.
Pressed against a wall in plain view, like.
Hey,
bonk.
hey, I will
Emperor's
have
New
y'all-
Groove.
I'll
Yeah.
Yeah.
have y'all know, I am a rogue at heart. So. Yeah, that's my turn. There we go.
Excellent. Sell right now in the memes.
Oh, we can't get into flanking because of the wagon wheel.
You can stand in that.
Tumble.
Oh no, that's fair.
Oh, yeah. It's just a dog.
It's just a doggy.
I'll have to make like a shortcut or something to feint at some point.
It's in the basic action macro.
Oh, okay.
It's really
Most
nice.
things are in there. It's quite nice.
Yeah, it's actually really cool.
You getting all up against that wagon.
Can I stand there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and
Um,
stab it.
Well, I'm gonna try to feint it first.
Ooh, target and
Oh,
feint.
Remember fainting mindless things.
Oh, that's true.
Oh dang.
Yeah, because I think
I
there's
got
a-
all excited
a
for you.
feat or something, right? Like that isn't.
Yeah.
Could I move? No, it's where the wagon is, and I couldn't.
You can't
Probably-
move anywhere along
Yeah.
this, but you can move. This.
Oh, instead
You're
of.
also within 10 feet. What's?
Oh, I was just gonna try to get way to get it off guard to me.
Created a
You
version
can't
of
stand
Sentinel too.
here. Created diversion doesn't make it off guard.
It would stealth her, but it's also mental, so.
Yeah. Not gonna work.
Okay, I will just attack it.
A for effort. You know, you're trying. Just no good way
Does
from
stealth
there.
attack work the same in Pathfinder as D&D, where if you're within 5 feet of a, you still get it?
There's a feat for it specifically, but
Yeah.
otherwise you have to be actually.
It's what, like
directly
gang up, I think.
Yeah.
And
There's a couple of
sometimes-
monster versions too. Medulla that hits.
And there is a feat I can get next level that will work sometimes.
Dog not looking so good as you've caved in part of its head.
Yeah, it was
Move,
actually a fairly.
stab.
You could
Dab.
attack again. Finish this thing off. That hits!
Let's see see if it does. Another 9.
Oh yeah.
Really good rolls.
Medulla, narrate it for us.
She hates dogs, apparently. Of course she hates dogs. She's made of bones.
It all makes sense.
We see a spot on the dog where it looks like there's like more exposed like bone, so I like try to slice right through so that piece of bone falls out for me.
Splork.
Give me your bones. No.
And
how the
with that,
turns have tabled.
it falls. And while Medulla is going to nosh on the bones a little bit,
I don't think I have to eat on them. It just says I collect them to mend myself.
just like chewing on them, you know, polishing them up a little bit. Sel, are you going to continue your Ethan Hunt movement over here?
Yes.
Still
Where are you
sneaking.
headed?
Still sneaking.
I'm headed. I'm going to be
bum,
heading
bum.
over here
Is there
towards the
stuff
mouth of the cave. But I'm going to
You
stealth
move over
along.
there. I know. You move over there with a single stealth check. What was that, Medulla?
Is there stuff on these corpses here?
Yeah,
Looking through these corpses, you see that it is actually half corpses. You notice that a lot of their stuff has been mangled, but you do find a couple of items. You don't find any weapons on them, and they are not wearing outfits that is fashionable in Greyder. Leading you to believe they are not from Greydirge. And you would also know that Haldoli was very clear that there was only one living worker at the farm, but these three were not zombified. They look like they were alive.
Done.
Sel, you peer into this room and will see the following. It appears to be a large chamber with another chamber beyond. There is something glowing purple inside and to the south. Cannot see it from there.
Cast detect magic.
Casting detect magic, you detect no magic within 30 feet of you.
Okay. I am going to stealthily approach the mouth of the cave to get a better look.
Give me another stealth check, please.
Wow.
Alright, I'll do that
I was
before
gonna
I
say,
move.
while he's doing that.
I was gonna say I'm gonna take this nice fancy scythe, and when I realized that these were living people, I'm going to take the heads and shove them in a sack.
Oh,
That's gross.
okay.
Scoreboard are proud of self. He hid so he'd not get in trouble, so now he'll not do anything foolish.
I'm sorry, Scobold, what was that?
Scoreboard are proud of self that Sel hide and not to get in danger or trouble. And not
None of
do
you see where
foolish.
Sel went.
Yeah, I know. That's
Hey,
I was
we're-
like, yeah, do his good job.
Good
As
job,
he's
Sel. Where'd you
wandering
go?
it.
Doing such a good job, not even we can find him.
Actually, let me tell you if that's true. Just a moment. Gonna spot Sel. Literally all of you saw Sel walk into the into
Oh.
the cave,
Fair enough.
looking very sneaky, but that's what you see. Sel, as you get there, you hear the sound of shuffling footsteps. You are very aware that there are likely zombies right around the corner.
But you don't know for certain. Just peek your head around. Don't worry, nothing bad will happen.
Surely.
I'm going to walk on the opposite side of the sounds I'm hearing, towards the purple glow, and stop right here in the corner.
As you get right there,
Oh, we're in
a
combat.
bunch of heads are gonna turn towards you,
He will be missed.
and that's where we're gonna end tonight.
You should probably prepare a backup character for next week.
There's zombies. He could likely outrun.
I will lead them to y'all.
So
True.
next time on
Dragon
Bloodlords,
Ball Z.
Cell running as fast as he can with zombies chasing behind him as he
Does-
tries to get back to the party.
Does he make it,
Capture
or does
holding
he
up a
trip
sack of
on
heads.
air?
How did he trip underwater?
Good night, everyone. It was a lot of fun.
Good
This
night.
was a lot of fun.
There we
This
go.
was.
This was a good one. I knew this was going to be a good party ever since
I'm
session
gonna-
0.
I'm gonna have to get a
Homework.
custom end screen for this.
No.
We
more
got homework.
You
what's
always
that?
give homework.
You don't have to do the homework.
Ew.
This time, what I want for homework is your arrival in Grey Dirge, or in the case of those of you who have always been here, your first impressions when you gained consciousness in Grey Dirge. Or you can send me a summary of today's session.
Does my background count as my first day in Grey Dirge?
Yeah, the first day that you would remember, however that looks, that's what you're gonna do.
All right. Yeah, because I was created in Grey Dirge.
I'm aware. But what's your first, like, memory? You know what I mean? Like, what do you remember? That's what I want to know.
All right.
And what's important to sell is kind of what I'm getting at. Trying to get into the
Yeah.
psyche of your character. Any questions?
No.
Same
No.
time next week.
Same time next week. I'll see y'all then.
Thanks,
Oh,
everybody.
one last question. Did
Oh,
we
please.
level up?
No.
Have you
Everybody except for Cell. But no, I'm just kidding.
How about this? Have you made a decision?
Would you like me to say yes?
I would.
Because if I say yes, I've made a decision, that means you have no further time to sway me.
You were not in a Scoreboard of Free Archetype, right?
It's so
That
adorable.
is the question.
You wouldn't you wouldn't deny Scobold a free a copy of his avatar, would you?
It's Caden's merch.
I'll definitely. Skullball definitely gets a free plushie of Skullball.
See,
And the
you'll have
chalice.
you'll
They're
have
a
a
match
plushie.
set.
You'll have a plushie of Skullbold with the red chalice, and you'll have one with the blue chalice with my
I'll
summon.
pretend it's a familiar, but it's just like a plushie and doesn't do anything. He just drags it around.
It's like a Pokemon casting using substitute. Be great.
Yeah.
Actually, funnily enough, if you get a familiar, one of the traits you can give it is constructed, which means you could literally have your familiar be an animated plushie of yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like, I mean, Scobold, he's like one of a kind.
Is unique.
Skullbold is one of a kind, which is why everyone makes toys and merchandise of it.
All right, so GM, there is one caveat to my to the archetype I was gonna take. I will only be strictly using skeletal creatures to keep with the lore of necromancy.
It's a great theme. Yeah. But I haven't made
To
a
keep it
decision
thematic.
No!
yet.
Haven't
Mostly
made a
because I
decision.
want Kautator to be wondering.
I'm just saying, you know, I can
Hayden likes us too much. He's gonna give us free archetype, guys.
That's a very, very positive.
Will Cell survive? Will
find out next week.
Find out next week.
I mean,
it's just
I
will
hope
Cell
S- I hope
survive?
Cell's
Will
learning some real
Caltator stop
lessons.
collecting heads? Will we get free
Find out next-
archetypes? Find out next time.
I mean, we won't find out till we level up, though. It might not be next week. So.
Who knows?
Uh,
Well, we'll figure out two of us.
regardless, I took like an afternoon and like completely rebuilt Kautator in case I got and did not get free archetype, so that the build is the same. And if I get free archetype, I just slot things in going down.
I
Sounds like
completely-
you're ready to go.
I am. Good
I
to go.
completely built up Cell for all the way up to level 20 and Path Builder. So I
It's
already know
ambitious. You
exactly
assume you're
the-
gonna make it that long.
Well, yes. Like just in the hopes that it does. I have it completely built up.
Well, if you keep
If we
walking
s-
off by yourself, it might not make it, man.
Well,
If-
now he's slinking around by himself. So
If we sacrifice Cell to the enemies, can we use his potential experience for free archetype?
I'll consider it.
Sacrifice.
I mean, to me, it really sounds like if we do a good enough job, the Blood Lord, he can grant us free archetype as one of our rewards. Haldori.
Well, as
so,
I am Bloodlord Haldoli and Bloodlord Lori. And why does everybody's name end with I? You're absolutely
I told you, it's crazy.
Suddenly, it all makes sense.
Is Bloodlord Agori a halfling? Probably not, right?
I'd have to look that up. I actually don't know.
Or at least probably not a living
Bloodlord.
halfling. If
I will end the stream though.
Yes.
I've been sitting on the stream end screen. Alright. I also have to get a custom stream end screen for these.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch it. It'll be great. Well, if we ever get any art of your crazy party, that'd make a great stream end screen.
Yeah. I'll probably have
Also,
one.
send those links. DM me those links to your YouTube channels. I'll subscribe.
Most definitely.
DM or
Yes.
GM, sorry.